Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. Good morning and welcome. I am Arlene Rogo, president of NJPSA and proud principal of Neptune High School in Monmouth County. I'm delighted to see so many of our friends, colleagues, and guests of our association here today. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to our first in-person legislative conference since the pandemic. Yay! Our advocacy efforts never stopped. In fact, the pandemic heightened our efforts to advocate on behalf of our students, staff, and schools on issues we never would have imagined. NJPSA has been at the forefront of these policy conversations, and all of you are critical to that work. So thank you for being here this morning, for the work that you do all year in the schools, and the issues that matter. We have a very exciting day ahead of us, so let's get started, and I'd like to begin our day with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. As we begin the conference, I'd like to draw your attention to the screens. There is a digital folder for today's legislative conference, which contains today's agenda, speaker biographies, and resource materials on current issues in education. To access these materials, there is a QR code on the screen that you can simply use your phone cameras to access. If you don't have your phone, there's also, and if you don't have your phone, that means that you have no communication with your school at this point, okay? If you do not have your phone, there is also a URL address for you. We'll leave the screen up for a few minutes at the start of the program so everyone can have access to this important information. Now, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our guests from our partner associations representing teachers, superintendents, school boards, parents, NJPSA staff, and representatives of our partners in government. We also are streaming this event live for our members and special guests who are unable to join us today in person. I'd like to especially recognize State Board of Education member Elaine Bobrow, who is joining us virtually today, and thank her for her dedication to New Jersey students. New Jersey is fortunate to have a strong and collegial family of organizations working for the best of all of our students. Also, I'd like to welcome Susan Young, the Executive Director of the New Jersey Association of School Business Officials, Candy Fredericks, President of the NJPTA, Rose Acera, past President of NJPTA, and welcome and congratulate Kevin Kelleher, the new Executive Director of the NJEA. To all of our NJPSA members who are here today, let me thank you for all you've done and continue to do for New Jersey students in yet another challenging school year. It's been a year where you continue to demonstrate strong and creative leadership, your commitment to the health, safety, and wellness of students and staff, and your passion for engaging students in continued progress in their learning. It's also been a year of continued challenges and unique opportunities. Staffing our schools now and in the future is a puzzle that we are collectively trying to solve. Finding prompt and effective ways to assist our students needing help with anxiety, depression, other mental health conditions is a top priority. And of course, addressing every student's individual learning needs in an educational world where the outside noise tries to divert us from our work, which is very important work, is a constant challenge. So for all of you and all that you do, I want to first say thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your countless hours spent before and after the school day. Thank you for your commitment to your students and your staff. And thank you for the professionalism and your expertise. Second, as your president and as an educator for 40 years, it's tough to say that 40 years part, I want to share a bit of perspective. I've learned that we can each accomplish a lot in the world of our schools, but it's also important to reach out beyond the walls of our school buildings. That's where NJPSA comes in. Not only does NJPSA provide excellent professional learning opportunities for each of us to expand our knowledge, but the association provides the chance for us to advocate for our profession and for us to have a voice in the direction of public education. I encourage every one of you here today to join a committee, to get active in any way possible within our organization. You will not regret it, I promise you. I've served on NJPSA's legislative committee where our members review and discuss legislation to recommend changes to bills that our government relations team, more often than not, is able to achieve for us. Debbie Bradley and Jenny Lamont represent us before the state legislature, the governor's office, Congress, and the NJDOE every single day. Although you may not realize it, the proposals they are able to improve or stop make our professional lives so much better. Let me give you one quick example. My school district was slated to lose $5.4 million in state aid this year, which can only be resolved with devastating cuts in our schools. Legislation was fast-tracked this week that is restoring nearly $2.8 million to our local budget. Debbie Bradley called me last Friday to inform me that negotiations were underway and then provided me with the news by the end of the day of the specific legislation, S 3732, and our district's actual amount of aid restoration. Although we still face hard decisions from the remaining cuts, the information meant the world to me and my district, and I'm sure I'm not the only one in the room who received this great news. And it only comes about through the commitment of the government relations team and the strong relationship that they have with our legislators. I'm also amazed when I see that the recommendations that our legislative committee proposes to legislation ultimately end up in the final version of the law. This happens through the effective advocacy of our government relations team and their partnership with other education agencies in this room. And it is dependent upon our government relations team's strong, positive relationships with legislatures that allow them to get these things done. So today, I'm asking you to help us give our team the tools they need to grow and maintain those legislative relationships. The year is a major election year in New Jersey, and every legislative seat is up for election. Additionally, many experienced legislators are announcing that they will not be seeking re-election. So there will be significant turnover in our legislature, and many new relationships will need to be built. One very effective tool we have to strengthen our team's access is our Political Action Committee, the NJPSA PAC. Through our PAC, we can send our team to political events to support the legislators who support us. Join us as we want legislators to understand the world of our schools. And in order to do that, we need to understand the political world that they must operate in. And that world requires funding for elections. So today we need you to make a financial donation to our PAC, as funding is extremely low. Inflation hits everything, even politics. So we ask that you give as much as you can and to support our government relations team in their work as your representatives. There's a PAC donation table out in the entrance, and you can donate online as you enjoy today's program. Also, please take a moment to join me in thanking your incredible government relations team, Deb Bradley and Jenny Lamont. At this time, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our Executive Director, Karen Bingert.
Please join me in another round of applause for Arlene Rogo, our president. Let me add my voice of welcome to everyone here today, both members and honored guests. It is truly a pleasure to have you here in what we refer to as ABCD, or the Pat Wright Center for Learning, in person after a lot of years and a lot of difficult years. We were worried that people would sign up to come and then fall off and that we'd have the room half empty. But look at you. This is phenomenal, and we're so excited to have you with us. Our government relations team has put together a really outstanding discussion of the most important current legislative and educational issues facing New Jersey. What is even better is that you today will have the chance to directly weigh in on them through the course of this conference, and I really do encourage you to do so. It's very rare that you get the opportunity to have a whole table of members of the Department of Education with you, and a little bit later, a whole table of legislators here just to talk to and hear from you. So please make your voice count. Through conversations with you, committee discussions, county meetings, peer conversations in our online member network, the Leadership Connection, questions asked at the FEA professional learning sessions, including our many Legal One offerings, and the phone calls that we receive, we have a good sense of the challenges that you're facing. But today you can share your challenges in your conversations with the decision makers themselves, both representatives of the DOE and the state legislature. I do that all the time. Not terribly long ago, I walked in your shoes as a high school principal of many, many years, working through the challenges of the pandemic alongside you. I met the challenges of reopening my high school, reassuring my students and staff about their safety, rebuilding relationships, and refocusing them on learning. I was honored to serve as a principal, and I am even more honored to represent all of you and our incredible profession to advocate for our issues. This January, I was able to bring your voice to the Governor's Task Force on Public School Staffing Shortages. As a task force member, I am proud to say that one of our core recommendations that arose in our conversations with the New Jersey Department of Education and reverberated with input from the NJPSA Certification and Staffing Committee is now a part of the Governor's budget proposal. As your representative, I pushed hard, along with my colleagues from our other educational organizations, for the payment of stipends to student teachers as an incentive to strengthen the teacher pipeline. It is beyond me why we put kids through a year of an internship without any compensation. And so giving them something that keeps them above the poverty line while they're entering the public school field is critically, critically important to building our field and carrying it forward. There is now a $10 million allocation in Governor Murphy's proposed budget, as well as funding for a certification fee holiday, where teacher candidates will not have to pay any certification fee in the upcoming budget year. The task force's initial recommendations are in your digital folder. They are also, and we are very appreciative, Acting Commissioner, that we have an icon on the home screen of the New Jersey Department of Education website with our initial recommendations. And so please take a moment to review those. NJPSA will continue to advocate for more of those recommendations to move to implementation. And the task force met again just yesterday afternoon, so the work does continue. Another very timely example of how your voice empowers us occurred just yesterday. With overwhelming feedback from most of our committees and on the standardized assessment survey that nearly 700 of our members completed, we made it clear that while we strongly value assessment in education, we all know the value of assessment in education. We made it clear that in our schools, Start Strong assessments themselves were superfluous and duplicative of what districts were already doing and had to go. As of Wednesday's Department of Ed broadcast, they are now gone. And this is just two examples. And you know what, I have to point out, I know it was not an easy decision for the department to make, okay? I do, and I want to honor that for the people here from the department. They were put in the position of coming up with a stopgap measure to meet federal requirements during COVID, and that's what Start Strong was. And now that COVID is a thing of the past-ish, we are doing other things that are more meaningful and more directly implementable and effective for our students. And so we very much appreciate their openness to listen to the voices from the field and let you do what you know is really going to support your students. So we do appreciate this, although I know it was not an easy decision. Now, as Arlene just mentioned, an important aspect of advocacy is relationships. We all need to work at expanding our network of relationships with colleagues, the Department of Education staff, and the lawmakers who represent us. Debbie Bradley and Jenny Lamont can help you in setting up visits with your lawmakers who run a principal shadowing program each fall, where your legislators will visit you to understand your role and meet with students and staff. It is really important for the legislators to know who we are, what we care about, and what we recommend, because we know education and we are the voices for our schools and students. And in terms of being a principal, I will tell you that for about 15 years, my mother would ask me at least once a year, "So, what do you do as a principal?" And my answer always started with, "Well, today." Okay, because every day is different, and that is something that legislators don't realize until they're walking with you for the course of a day. They don't understand until they hear 7 questions in the time it takes you to walk from one office to the next that you've just solved 7 major problems in your building. So take advantage of the principal shadowing program. It really is a fantastic opportunity for you to have an impact on what your legislators understand about you and your work. Now, because of the work that we have done, the Speaker of the New Jersey Assembly, Craig Coughlin, took the time to send us a message for today's conference. Speaker Coughlin leads the New Jersey General Assembly and has been a champion on issues of student hunger and recently school construction. Regretfully, he had a conflict in his schedule, but he did want to share some thoughts with you. So let's take a few moments now to listen to Speaker Craig Coughlin.
Thank you for inviting me to be part of your annual event. I'm a firm believer that education and educators are the foundation of our society. It is your organizations that lead and guide these educators. And with your leadership, these educators are building the next generation of entrepreneurs, innovators, and leaders. I not only see the value as a policymaker, I saw it in my house with 3 children who are now adults. My wife and I were active PTO parents, and we knew the level of commitment that was expected of our principals and supervisors. Perhaps that responsibility and level of commitment is felt greatest today. Your students and parents are still readjusting to life in the classroom. Cell phones and social media have exacerbated bullying and other distractions. The teacher applicant pool and substitute teacher list has gotten thinner or is dried up altogether. The state and federal government have imposed more and more duties on top. We hear you in Trenton. The governor's teacher shortage task force is under serious consideration. It's time to reinvest in the profession and reconsider administrative mandates that have outlived their purposes. There's consensus that we have to do more to address student mental health. There's also plenty of good news to go around. The state continues to heavily invest in the nation's #1 public school system in the country. We're once again expanding school aid and pre-K funding. We're paying another record pension payment, half of which is made up of your pension fund. I'm spearheading legislation to modernize the way we build and renovate schools so more projects can get done. We've expanded the federal school meals program to benefit more children. Together, it's our hope that these commitments help improve your job performance and in turn improve the lives of our students. I can't overstate how I appreciate the work that you do each and every day. You can see it every day in the lives of students you enrich through your hard work. Again, thank you for inviting me, and have a great event.
Thank you so much to Speaker Coughlin. And if he were here, he would want the owner of a white Kia B26PMY to go out and turn your hazard lights off so that you're able to leave at the end of the day. So NJPSA is also active at the federal level in collaboration with our two national associations, the National Association of Elementary School Principals, NAESP, and the National Association of Secondary School Principals, NASSP. In fact, a delegation of school principals, several of them sitting in the room right now, will represent you next week on Capitol Hill, meeting with the New Jersey congressional delegation. Federal funding, student mental health issues, and more will be the priorities that we discuss on the Hill. We all watch the news and often get disheartened by the dysfunction and divisiveness of Washington, D.C., yet we have to continue to bring our voices to the lawmakers there to remind them of the needs of our students. One lawmaker who is a role model to many is Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill. She is a member of Congress, a former prosecutor, a Navy fighter pilot, and a mom. And Congresswoman Sherrill served on the House Education and Labor Committee last season. She also hoped to join us today, but the House is in session, so apparently she had to go to work. Congresswoman Sherrill, however, did send a message to us to share with you today as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill. Thank you to the New Jersey Principals and Supervisors Association for inviting me to speak today. I want to start by expressing my gratitude to all the educators in the room. I'm a mom of 4 school-age children, and I saw firsthand how New Jersey educators responded to the challenges of the past few years with incredible grace, resilience, and strength. So thank you for everything that you continue to do. New Jersey schools, like so many across the country, suffered under the weight of the pandemic. Our schools have faced the incredible difficulties of transitioning in and out of isolation safely while meeting critical student needs. It's not news to anyone here that students and educators struggled with both their work and their spirits, as we all did during the pandemic. Our nation's teachers, principals, supervisors, and administrators prepare and inspire the next generation of leaders that are critical to our future. Therefore, we have an obligation to make sure that nothing limits their ability to learn, grow, and thrive. That's why I fought hard for the American Rescue Plan, which provided more than $130 billion to directly help support our students and educators and ensure they were able to come back to the classroom. It helped us go from 50% of our schools being closed to 99% of our schools open and safe, better heating, air conditioning and ventilation systems, safer buildings. However, it isn't a thriving building until it comes alive with administrators, teachers, and students. For years, our education system has faced challenges in attracting, recruiting, and retraining qualified teachers, challenges that were made far worse by the pandemic. With the help of the American Rescue Plan, we were able to address teacher shortages and add a record 279,000 new educators in 2021. For decades, we've chronically underinvested in our public schools and have gone without important repairs and upgrades to buildings and classrooms. In schools with outdated HVAC systems, classrooms can be too cold in the winter and too hot in the spring and summer. This harms our students and their ability to concentrate and perform. Also, schools with poor systems are more likely to have poor indoor air quality. Studies show that breathing such air every day can trigger allergies and asthma. That's unacceptable. I'm proud we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is delivering $500 million in federal funding for energy-efficient upgrades to our schools. This program will allow schools to make necessary upgrades that save energy and therefore save schools money. In most school districts, the second largest yearly expense is energy bills. The funds that they can save can be reinvested in the schools, such as hiring teachers or investing in new technology. Before the end of year, Congress passed the fiscal year 2023 Omnibus Appropriations Package, which included robust funding for our schools, including Title I assistance, and boost the maximum Pell Grant by $500, the largest increase in 10 years. Our schools deserve more than just our gratitude. They deserve our full support. In Congress, I'll continue to advocate for investments in our schools and educators. We must invest in education as the foundation of opportunity for our children and our nation. Thank you again so much for having me and for all the work you do to advocate for and enrich our schools. Know that I'll continue to fight for New Jersey schools in Congress and will be a partner in ensuring you have the resources you need to succeed. Enjoy the rest of the conference, and I'll see you soon.
And we very much appreciate the support of Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill. And at this time, I would like to invite the New Jersey Department of Education panel to join me on the stage. Risers are not quiet, no matter what you do. Maybe we need to try the tennis ball trick, because we know it works. It is now my true pleasure to introduce a strong partner of our association, our acting commissioner, Angelica Allen McMillan. The acting commissioner has been the top education official in New Jersey since October 2020, a proud product of New Jersey's public schools. Commissioner Allen McMillan taught in the East Orange Public Schools before launching the Marion P. Thomas Charter School in Newark. Her professional educator roles are many and varied. She served as assistant principal and principal in South Orange Maplewood, as an assistant superintendent in Irvington and in Newark, and as the interim executive county superintendent for Morris County. A parent of 3, she served as a board member on the Montclair Board of Education and also volunteered as a PTA executive board member. Our acting commissioner holds a bachelor's degree in industrial and labor relations from Cornell University and a master's in educational administration and a doctorate in educational leadership from Seton Hall University. There is a more detailed biography of acting commissioner Allen McMillan and her team members in your folder. But at one point I must mention is that acting commissioner Allen McMillan has proudly served as a mentor for new administrators through our very own Leaders to Leaders mentoring and induction program. So she's one of us from way back. Personally, I thank her for her openness and her partnership, for answering my texts when they come in at odd times of the night, and for always being a willing partner to talk with us, engage with us, and hear from us. I cordially invite Acting Commissioner Angelica Allen McMillan to the podium for her remarks and to introduce her top leaders in the New Jersey Department of Education. Acting Commissioner.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, first, thank you, Karen, for the introduction, for hosting myself and members of the Department of Education today. I have to say hi, Jim. Jim and I go way back, and I tell you, I think the work that Jim leads is so transformational. So I just have to acknowledge you and all of you who help to enhance the next generation of leaders. So applause to you. So I would like to acknowledge the New Jersey Principals and Supervisors Association President, Arlene Rungoff, today for what you said. It was wonderful. I truly feel uplifted and inspired. And our President-elect. Now, Thomas, please be understanding with me as I work to pronounce your last name correctly. I have Macanono. Macaniano? Mac. Macaniano. Listen. I think this is what it's all about, being vulnerable, right? Sometimes we get it wrong, but as long as we work to get it right, that's what matters, right? And I want to really acknowledge all of the NJPSA staff and members here and those virtual. New Jersey's public schools have been recognized among the best in the nation. Having served as a principal, assistant superintendent, and in other leadership roles, I truly believe this recognition is partly attributable to the quality leadership we have in our schools across our great state. As educational leaders, you are a cornerstone in the foundation of all student success. I am joined today with members of my cabinet. As I call their names, they'll just wave. Kathy Ailing, Assistant Commissioner of Educational Services. Jordan Schiff, Assistant Commissioner of Teaching and Learning Services. Chris Irving, Assistant Commissioner of Field Support and Services. And standing in for the capable Carrie Booker, who leads our Division of Early Childhood, is our Chief of Staff, Julie Bunt. And in the audience, please wave, we have our Acting Executive Director, Kim Friedel, with us today. So let's give them a round of applause. In a few moments, you will hear from each of these experts who will discuss the ongoing work in their respective divisions. It is with great excitement that I highlight initiatives that are driving the New Jersey Department of Education's vision for education in New Jersey, which is to become a model organization that strengthens teaching, leading, and learning in order to increase educational equity for all students. The Start Strong Student Assessment is an initiative that has garnered tremendous feedback from educators. Thank you for leading. Yes, so this week the department announced that the Start Strong administration will be discontinued. I'll take applause too. Thank you very much. Thank you. So the assessment was initially offered in the fall of 2020, as you may remember, as it helped to provide real-time data to schools, again in 2021 and 2022. However, this spring marks the second school year of uninterrupted administration of the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment. So for the past several years, we have worked to advance assessment in New Jersey under Governor Murphy's leadership. Everyone in this room knows that the governor is a staunch advocate of less assessments, having fewer assessments, and so we continue to work to achieve that goal. But I have to say, for the past several months, I have had the opportunity to attend various county meetings in which the question was posed on the relevancy of this administration, and that is of Start Strong, not my administration, but on both, okay? Just want to make sure you're listening, okay? Yes. So, as evidenced by the recent decision, right, to discontinue this assessment, we want you to know that we listen, right? And we may not always arrive at the same conclusion, but we are listening. So the discontinuation of the Start Strong administration will allow us to reinvest $5 million in funding at the state level toward other important learning acceleration initiatives. In turn, it will allow you to reinvest the class periods that you devoted to this assessment into much needed mental health and wellness, as well as learning acceleration instruction at a local level, which allows you to be more responsive to each of your school's needs. Much of our discussion today will also inform the means in which the department can continue to support educational leaders to boost learning acceleration, support mental health and wellness, and advance early access to high-quality preschool education. The department's multi-pronged approach for advancing learning is captured in our New Jersey Partnership for Student Success, or NJPSA. Raise your hand if you're familiar. Participation, okay. Oh, very low. Ooh, we must do a better job. Thank you, Jesse. See you. Yes. I know you did, and I'm going to ask everyone in here to sign up. So our NJPSA initiative is an umbrella catchment for all of the wonderful work that we're engaged in, but we need your help. And so there's a call to action for 5,000 volunteers to help in our schools, help in your locales. So I hope that you will take the time to assist us in that effort. But I want to also particularly highlight our desire to recruit tutors, mentors, student success coaches, wraparound service coaches, and others who can support students and educator empowerment, right? And so from this, we know that we can move mountains together, right? If we work alone, we're looking at mustard seeds. Can I get a laugh, something? Thank you. All right, so through NJPSA last month, the department announced $17 million for high-impact tutoring, $2.7 million for the Reading Acceleration and Professional Integrated Development Program to provide training to educators from kindergarten to third grade, and $3 million for the Rapid Plus program, in which colleges and universities will provide specific literacy instruction to educators in grades 4 and 5. Recently, the department provided resource documents targeted for more than a dozen specialized populations, including migrant students and NJPSA speech services. In addition to providing online training to facilitate the implementation of the New Jersey tiered system of supports in early reading. So to learn more about this, please visit our website. But our efforts are truly driven by one underlying goal, and that is to help you as educators and school leaders to help students succeed. Overarchingly, this commitment of support has been evident throughout Governor Murphy's administration. Last month, I joined the governor in Montgomery Township in Somerset County, where we announced the continued monumental and historic financial investment in education. And the proposal in the fiscal year 2024 budget proposes $1 billion over the prior year's budget, for a total of $20.5 billion for preschool and K-12 aid. That is worth a round of applause. So a key part to our efforts continues to be addressing the teacher shortage as seen in New Jersey and across the nation. These efforts include investments such as a $10 million allocation in stipends to support student teachers while they work and study. Again, wonderful work. Thank you for your advocacy. Another $2 million will go toward a culture and climate innovation grant to help districts support educators' quality of life. $1 million is proposed to go toward a public awareness campaign to help encourage interest in teaching and raise the profile of the education profession. And another $1 million in funding will be used to develop local partnerships to help train paraprofessionals and offer tuition assistance to those seeking to become teachers. This is in addition to a highly anticipated certification fee holiday in an attempt to further eradicate the complexity that many educators face when they want to obtain their certification. So if I leave you with one message, it is this: we at the Department of Education understand the challenges of serving as a school leader. We understand the challenges you face and commit to using all available resources in supporting you in the implementation of the change you are working to advance. As equally important, we appreciate your efforts to forge ahead in service to the students and communities you serve. So it is now my pleasure to turn the program back over to Karen. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Acting Commissioner. We very much appreciate your words of welcome, your support, and touching on a lot of the important topics that are going on right now. So what we're going to do to begin our conversation with the leaders of the Department of Education is we're going to invite each of the assistant commissioners, to give a brief overview of any of the high points going on in their departments, and then we will have the opportunity to invite you to pass the mic, ask questions, point out things that are important to you, and we'll take it from there. So it is truly my pleasure to introduce, I'm just gonna run mostly down the row here, I think. I'm gonna introduce my longtime colleague and friend, Dr. Jordan Schiff. Dr. Jordan Schiff is the Assistant Commissioner for the Division of Teaching and Learning Services, which comprises the offices of standards, listen to this list, standards, assessment, innovation, educator effectiveness, and career readiness. Jordan was also my superintendent when I was a principal. So Jordan, if you'd be so kind, please tell us a little bit about what's going on in your department.
Thank you, Karen. Great to see everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
So just to highlight a few things that are going on in the multitude of offices that I have the privilege of overseeing. First, in assessments, you heard the news that came out about Start Strong. But also very important is that we're moving to conversations about the next generation of assessments. What are assessments in New Jersey going to be looking like in the future? What are the needs? What are the reasonable expectations for those superintendents? And how we can stakeholder with not only you, but other stakeholders throughout the state in order to make well-informed decisions about how we can address how we best assess students in the future. In the Office of Standards, our major work stream right now is presenting the revisions of the New Jersey Student Learning Standards in ELA and mathematics. That is currently going on right now. We've had multiple hours of presentations to our policy committee of the state board, and we'll be presenting it publicly in early April. And I ask that all of you really take a good look at the draft of those standards. There'll be a 60-day comment period where we'll read all of the comments. Those comments will inform our decision-making as we present our final recommendations to the state board for adoption. We anticipate in the summer for implementation, not next year, the following year. So we'll have a full year of readiness, implementation, providing all of you in the field with guidance documents that we're calling STAMP, which stands for Standard Transparency and Mastery Platform. These are guidance documents, supportive documents, exemplars that we'll make available to the field so that as you begin the process of implementing the standards with fidelity and integrity, you'll have support in order to do so. In the Office of Educator Effectiveness, we're working on identifying our lighthouse districts, where it's also where all of the teacher recognition in the state of New Jersey lives, and that's exciting work too. In the Office of Innovation, some of you may be aware that we issued a notice of grant opportunity not that long ago to implement additional focuses on climate change. So those additional resources are available. We are excited with the amount of interest in those particular funds in order to promote and extend and elevate the climate change standards throughout the state of New Jersey. And finally, in the Office of Career Readiness, how many of you are high school principals or work with high schools? Thank you. How many of you, if you can keep your hands up for a moment, how many of you also have CTE programs, approved CTE programs? So one of the challenges right now is the implementation of the Perkins 5 legislation and ensuring that we create pathways for these young people to careers that are in demand, that are high wage and high skill. That is a change from previous iterations of Perkins. And Perkins is the federal funding that funds CTE programs throughout the state of New Jersey. And we're excited about working with our vocational technical districts as well as our comprehensive high schools as they implement CTE programs. And just if I could take one last moment to tag along with some of the things that our commissioner was talking about in terms of NJPSA. We have a lot of initiatives that are moving forward in this area, and I'd just like to tick off a few of them at this point. There's the Accelerated Learning Guide that's available for your review and implementation. Summer learning activities, maximizing schedules to support high-impact tutoring that's coming on board. The commissioner mentioned both Rapid and Rapid Plus. These are free professional development opportunities for any elementary educator that works with children. Rapid is for K through 3. Rapid Plus is for our upper elementary teachers and support staff, as well as leadership opportunities for professional development in those areas. These are research-focused, highly cited and really focused on best practices that are going to be presented throughout the state from our university partners as well as other education vendors. And that's going to be available to you in the summer and into next school year as well. We also have information on option 2. That's more for our high school folks. This is an opportunity for independent student learning opportunities to provide some guidance out there in the field, to use that as an opportunity to accelerate learning, as well as focusing and elevating dual enrollment in this state. And a commission study is being in the process of being developed and approved, and we're really excited about that program too, and that's going to be coming up shortly. So with that, I'll leave it there and turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you so much, Dr. Schiff. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Christopher Irving. Dr. Christopher Irving is the Assistant Commissioner of Field Support and Services for the department. His department is focused on supporting local school districts through the 21 county offices of education and the departments within those offices. And Dr. Irving, we welcome you to share anything you'd like to as well.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And let me begin by saying I have the pleasure to work alongside some amazing people who are sitting up here and working with a commissioner who is always asking us, as the assistant commissioners, as we make recommendations to her about the impact it has on you. And so it is such a great honor to be here today and to talk to you a little bit about what we do in the Division of Field Support and Services. My division is very diverse and at times complex as well. We have the Office of Non-Public Schools, the Office of OFAC, the Office of Physical Accountability, the Office of Comprehensive Schools, the Charter School Office, and as we just heard, the County Offices of Education. But I want to spend some time talking about the office that probably impacts you all the most, the Office of Recruitment Preparation and Certification. Without a doubt, the elephant in the room is the teacher shortage and the impact that this shortage is having on many of you, and most importantly, on our children. I want to be clear and reiterate that that shortage is not just a New Jersey shortage. And I know we feel it because we live it every single day, but it is a national shortage. And we at the Department of Education in our division, through this office, are doing everything we can to help support you. And I wanted to highlight 3 specific initiatives that have gone into place in my tenure as being Assistant Commissioner. The first one has been the rolling out of New Jersey EdCert, and the New Jersey EdCert platform. For the folks who got their certification some time ago, I don't want to date anybody in this room, but you may recall the older version of submitting your certification, which was quite antiquated. Through our commissioner's leadership and through our team, we instituted NJDOE. And this platform allows for much more virtual communication, information, exchanging of information between the candidate and the department so that we can review their credentials and get them back to you as soon as possible. This process in the past could have taken as much as 6 to 8 weeks. Now, as long as a candidate has completed the documents and uploaded everything they can, and I stress that because you're the folks waiting for them and waiting for you all to help us help them. As long as those documents are fully uploaded, we're able to process these applications in up to 22 days. And so I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing in your local districts to help support those candidates as they come to us. But as part of that process, it is inevitable that sometimes information, transcripts, get lost or don't get uploaded in the appropriate time. And so sometimes there are moments where candidates need to speak to or find someone to be able to talk through. Our call center has gone through a vast revamping with hours extending now to 7 p.m. in the evening. I heard stories from teachers when I was a superintendent about on their lunchtime trying to cram the phone call in between a prep or in between lunch, or even maybe some of you before you got your certifications as principals went through a similar process. And so, we now tell folks, you don't have to rush. We have early morning hours, and we also have evening hours. Again, the commissioner talked about being responsive, and we care deeply about making sure that those individuals who have questions for us in our department, our division, are able to get those answers. Like any call center, if you call at peak hours during the course of the day, you're going to get peak times. I mean, our waiting times average between 1 minute and sometimes 15 or so. But we ask people to be patient with us. But I will tell you, if you call in the morning or even in the evening afterwards, you have a much better chance of being able to get someone really quickly. And so again, information that we'll ask you all to share with your constituents and your potential hires as well. And the last piece I want to just kind of hammer home is a memorandum that got released to the field in February from our division of OFAC with regard to the fingerprinting process. As we all know, many of you are forecasting, having conversations with regard to renewals, non-renewals, potential vacancies that you will have in your respective districts. I tell folks all the time, especially now, having been a superintendent and wondered how did this work at the Department of Education when it came time for July and August and the fingerprinting crunch that comes through and trying to get these folks to you, that time is the only thing that is your best friend when it comes to fingerprinting and trying to get your candidates through. Again, I did not know prior to becoming an assistant commissioner that we are not the only folks who go through Identigo. Now, I know that sounds crazy, but I thought we were so special as educators that Identigo was our system. In fact, every state agency utilizes Identigo. Every person who goes through background checks for weapons and guns, et cetera, goes through Identigo. And so at any given moment, any given time, anyone in our New Jersey ecosystem can be going through that system. And so educating you all, educating your HR manager, your superintendents, has been my key drive because time is your friend. And so I am asking you all as principals and supervisors to have conversations with your superintendents, with your HR managers about forecasting your non-renewals, your renewals, your retirements, or your vacancies that you happen to be in your district. Because these conversations, if they happen now, will yield and have great dividend for the work that you all will do as you all begin the school year next year. The last thing I'll share is that principals and supervisors always have kind of two eyes facing different directions, right? The world of now and the world of next year. And we want to do everything we can to help support you now and most importantly next year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irving. Now, our next panelist was intended to be Carrie Booker, who is the Assistant Commissioner for the Division of Early Childhood Services at the department. And his department includes the Office of Preschool Education and the Office of K-3 Education. The division also houses the Federal Head Start program and the Governor's Council for Young Children. Unfortunately, Carrie could not be with us today, and we do have with us instead Acting Commissioner Alan McMillan's Chief of Staff, Julie Bunt. And in terms of providing a bio on Julie, what I will say is, as Chief of Staff, much like a principal, today, her job is filling in for Carrie Booker. So welcome, Julie, and please share with us what you can.
Thank you so much. Chief of Staff. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to continue Commissioner's theme this morning of vulnerability. So I really appreciate having Kim here and helping to provide the updates for, thankfully, 2 offices in the Division of Early Childhood Education, but 2 very and extremely important offices. Governor Murphy has made it clear that universal access to preschool education is a cornerstone of his administration. And to Commissioner's point, that is one of the reasons why we can tout over a $1 billion investment in the implementation of universal access. And another very important reason why we thought it was so pivotal to have this conversation and make sure that we are putting in the forefront the work of the department in this space. It is a 1,000-seat investment every time Governor Murphy puts another $40 million in his budget. And we know that serving our youngest learners does not come as an easy task. Therefore, we are so pleased that Governor Murphy has also made investments in ensuring that this access and ensuring that this implementation is done with ease, or with as much ease as is able to be done when putting preschool students into your classrooms. And that includes a $120 million investment in preschool facility funding. That investment is only one of the considerations that we hear on a frequent basis at the Department of Education. And therefore, forthcoming will be additional guidance from the Department of Education regarding the use of eligible preschool education aid funds for the purposes of facilities. In addition to that, additional guidance is forthcoming regarding the use of those funds as well for the ability to transport those students. I'm going to lean to my colleague here. Please raise your hand if you're serving preschool students. All right, thank you. And if you're not, we understand. It's a scary process. They're so tiny. What do you do with them? I understand. But they're so tiny and they're so unabashed. And so when you're contemplating your school's ability to serve these students, please remember that we're trying to make this as easy as possible. Additional guidance that is forthcoming is going to include some technical assistance and some guidance regarding how to complete an application that's going to get you through the approval process and extending the runway for which we know you have to implement those programs. So knowing that the governor's budget is, a July 1 budget, what we're trying to do and help you do is to get in front of that education implementation window so that as soon as the governor's budget is passed, we have the available funds codified. We can get those funds to you to get those classrooms open and get those students in those seats. I will also, for a moment, address the Office of Kindergarten through Third Grade Education. As a former kindergarten teacher, it is very near and dear to my heart and one of the very best jobs I've ever had in my life. And because of that, I know that children come in varying degrees of readiness for kindergarten. That preschool runway is not only a runway for educational trajectory, that is also a runway for economic stability and economic impact across our state. And so with the kindergarten through third grade office, they are putting together specific professional development opportunities, and those professional development opportunities are designed to be targeted for that implementation, whether you be an administrator, whether you be an educator, or whether you be a service provider. Targeted technical assistance training is forthcoming to help to support the quality of education from that runway of 3 years old up to third grade. In addition to that, I would like to recognize that within Commissioner's proposals, not only for reading acceleration and professional integrated development, Commissioner has also put forward a concerted effort for early childhood education through specific certification recommendations that we are working with our State Board of Education to move forward in April. And with that, Karen, I will please turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Julie. We appreciate it. And our, certainly, last but not least, one of our good friends also, Kathy Ealing. She is the Assistant Commissioner for the Division of Educational Services and has served for the New Jersey Department of Ed for 18 years, which frankly, in and of itself, I think deserves a round of applause. She oversees the critical department services, including the offices of special education, supplemental program, fiscal and data services, student support services, performance management, and the Katzenbach School and federal programs. So, Kathy, I'm sure you have nothing to share with us.
Nothing to share. It is remarkable, right? It'll be 19 this year in July, and I'm proud of that. And I'm proud to work with all of these outstanding professionals here. So as Karen said, my division supports mental health, social emotional learning. We support the federal programs, the majority of federal programs, as well as our special populations. So I'd like to begin by just talking a little bit about some of the ways that we are supporting you in supporting the mental health needs of your students and your staff. We released in February of 2022 the Comprehensive School-Based Mental Health Resource Guide. Very proud of this guide. It was a working group established by Governor Murphy. It is a large document, but it takes you all the way from what should a comprehensive, tiered support system look like through all different chapters leading to how do you fund these systems. To support implementation of the guide, we've got a series of webinars. So we've been doing monthly webinars as well as holding office hours, and most of that information is also available on our website. So the department's effort to make sure that mental health is recognized and supported, if you go to the department's website, one of the first icons that you'll see is the link to our mental health information. And so we do encourage you to go and take advantage of these resources. Through the federal emergency relief funds, those ESSER funds, the department also used a large part of their state set-aside funds to create additional grants and give you additional funding to support the implementation of mental health supports. So we had our ESSER II funding. We put $30 million out to school districts to support mental health needs for students. And our ESSER III, we called it our NJPSA Mental Health Support Staffing Grant. An additional $48 million from the state set-aside funds went to support those grants. So I'll remind you that this ESSER funding, we're coming over the cliff, right? So the first round of funding ended last September. Your next round will end this September, and your third and final round will end next September. And so one of the things that we've been doing at the department is thinking about sustainability. How can we help you continue these programs that you've got in place when this federal emergency money runs out? We've developed a resource called Maximizing Your Federal Funds. It's a web-based resource, and it really talks about braiding your funds. So ways that you can look at using state and local funds as well as existing federal funds together to continue to support these wonderful programs. We're lucky that we've received from the U.S. Department of Ed 2 additional grants to support mental health. The first is called the School-Based Mental Health Services Grant. It was a $14 million 5-year grant from the U.S. Department of Ed, and the focus there is on recruiting and retaining a diverse pool of mental health professionals in schools. So we've talked a lot already about the teacher shortage. We know that it's not just teachers. You're losing your psychologists and your support staff and your counselors. We're seeing that there's shortages there as well. So this grant is going to help build a pipeline between our institutes of higher ed and school districts so that the counselors and the other professionals that we train actually stay in New Jersey. In researching and preparing the application for that grant, we learned that New Jersey actually turns out a pretty significant number of school psychologists and counselors. The problem is that they don't necessarily stay in New Jersey. Delaware does a great job of poaching a lot of our candidates. And so we've got to stop that. We've got to figure out, why are they going there? What's missing that they're not staying here in New Jersey? And so this grant will work to improve that pipeline and to keep those professionals here. We also received $20 million for the Stronger Connections grant. Will be a competitive grant that will be coming out in the next couple of weeks. And that, again, allows you to focus on using evidence-based practices to create improve your social emotional learning, mental health, and well-being. So we've got some other things in the pipeline. I'd also like to highlight, we replaced the New Jersey School Climate Survey and recently released the New Jersey School Climate Improvement Platform, or it's called NJSky. And this is a free online interactive platform that allows you to gather school climate data from your staff, from your families, from your administrators, and from your educators, and use that data to really drive down into the root cause of strengths and challenges within your own school climate. And that, again, I'll highlight, it's a free online platform. We've been doing webinars on it and gotten great response. The governor also has placed mental health and youth mental health as one of his priorities. And he recently invested $55 million statewide to support youth mental health. The department was lucky to receive $3.3 million, and we're going to be using that over the next year. We have an Enhancing School-Based Mental Health Service Initiative. This is a partnership with Rutgers University. We're going to be providing statewide services on trainings on implementing that comprehensive school-based mental health guide I talked about. So for schools or districts that need help in getting that off the ground, there's going to be resources for you. And then we're going to have a comprehensive or an intensive for a smaller cohort of districts, walking them through with hand-holding, coaching, ongoing support in improving their mental health supports. We're also going to be launching a SEL, or Social Emotional Learning for School Leaders program. That, again, is a partnership with Rutgers University. We're going to release a virtual training series to support school leaders in how to implement social emotional learning in their schools. And finally, the money will also support a youth suicide awareness and prevention campaign. We will be working with an outside entity to develop a virtual training series and a conference, so be on the lookout for that. I'd also like to just briefly highlight some of the work of our Office of Special Education. They recently revamped their website, so I encourage you again to go and take a look, but releasing a lot of resources, including a guide on how to conduct functional behavioral assessments. We're releasing a quarterly newsletter where we're highlighting you and some of the wonderful programs that we have for our students with disabilities, and a transition toolkit for our students who are ages 18 to 21 to ensure their further success. We've also launched 4 communities of practice where we're bringing together teachers and professionals to target different areas for students with disabilities. I'll highlight for you that the school performance reports are currently in the embargo period that runs from March 20 to March 31st. They will be released publicly. The intent is on April 5th after the state board meeting. So hopefully you've had a chance and an opportunity to go to homeroom to look at your school and your district data, because that is available for you now. And also to highlight, lastly, as the commissioner mentioned, our NJPSA, or our New Jersey Partnership for Student Success. We recently launched one-page resource documents in 14 different areas to support our specialized populations. We have information on mental health for students with disabilities, reducing barriers for students experiencing homelessness, and ways to support students who are deaf or hard of hearing. Those are just some examples. So we encourage you to take advantage of those resources as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. So what we would like to do at this time is invite all of you to raise any questions with the Department of Ed, share with them the things that are of greatest importance to you at this time, pose questions, offer suggestions, and we'll give them the opportunity to respond to those to the extent that they are available. So, Debbie, I think, is going to be walking around with a microphone. Do we have any questions from the audience? Yep, go right ahead. Kick us off, thanks. And please, as you begin your question, introduce yourself and your district.
Sure. Teresa Herrero-Taylor. I'm actually chair of the Special Education Committee for NJPSA, and I am Director of Special Services for the Jackson Schools. So some of you are, hi. Okay, thank you. So my question is about non-public transportation. Not surprising if you're here in Jackson, because I think we are pretty public about this. First, I want to thank you for all your efforts. Great work in special ed, and everything you're doing is really great. Our concern is around funding, no surprise. We are in S2. We've lost 42% of our state aid over time. 19 million lost in 6 years, which really has amounted to huge inequities for our students. Jackson is unique in that we've had 490% increase in non-public transportation. We're looking at budgeting $6 million in non-public for next year. We can't provide a thorough and efficient education at this point with these types of additional costs. Is there any hope for relief for us? Because we're really crippled at this point. And that is something, all S2s are crippled, but we are particularly really at a point where we can't continue. So is there any hope for us, uniquely for non-public? We are really it's a desperate time for us. The amount of cuts that we're talking about, and thank you for the change. That doesn't mean that we still won't have to cut 15 to 20 million to keep things stable. So that's my question. Non-public, is there any hope? Is there any relief? Are we actually going to uniquely look at districts so they can continue to provide a thorough and efficient education? Thank you.
So thank you for that question. I'd like to begin by saying that the SFRA as amended by S2 legislation is very prescriptive in that the funding formula is calculated annually. And so, as we heard earlier, there is legislation that is pending. And so, as that is pending, we are unable to comment specifically on any one district, but just know that we stand at the ready to respond to any legislative changes that take place, and look forward to having a one-on-one conversation if you would like to have that with us at a later time. Thank you.
We're also going to ask, as if you have questions, please stand up because we are live streaming and it helps with our sound as well as our visual.
Also, if you have one, raise your hand so it gets to the right side of the room. Speak into the mic.
This is it.
Thank you.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
Vulnerability. My name's Anne-Marie Van Sickle. I'm Director of Curriculum Instruction in Lincoln Park. And my question has to do with professional development. So with the teaching and sub shortages, so we can't really pull teachers out of the classroom for training, I'm constantly going on the department website. Yesterday, there was a math problem-solving training that was aligned with a lot of what I believe math instruction should be. But I can't pull teachers out. So I see they get recorded, but then we can never find them later. And Pennsylvania does a great job with Patan on YouTube. I use their stuff all the time for my PD days to get my teachers. So I'm wondering if we could have recordings available.
Thank you. Yes, we've heard similarly that, and as a result, all of our new training that's going to be going out, we're going to either have pre-recorded training that'll be available on our website, or voiceover, PowerPoints, self-directed type of learning that'll be available for teachers at a time that's convenient for them. So for all the rapid work that we're going to be doing for early elementary and upper elementary literacy development, that is part of the agreements that we have with all of our partners that we're working with.
Commissioner May, what I also heard is that our website might not be as user-friendly or as convenient as it could be. So I think we can also take that back to the department and make sure that we're postulating these professional developments in an easily accessible spot and a one spot that is available to everyone. So we can definitely take that feedback as well.
Yep, and we've also built out our YouTube channel too, so if you had a chance to take a look at us online, you'll see that there is more that's there, and that will be growing as a library as we're adding more information to it.
Brian Luciani, Kenilworth, Director of Special Projects. Just on the portfolio portion of what's going on, I know this year it was held in abeyance. Will that be continuing, or is next year we're going back to the portfolio process as we're usually used to regarding the juniors who take the NJGPA, if they don't qualify through the option 2, 3, or 4, then having to take that? Is that going back into, I guess, the hopper, as they say, to start up for next year? And then conversely, the NJGPA, I assume, is staying, and then obviously we're still going to continue with the NJSLA to continue out what those portions are going to be. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yes, the GPA is part of law. It currently is being administered. I think kids are doing their makeup test as we speak. Last year was a field test, so that's why there was no portfolio appeals process, but moving forward, that will be the third pathway to demonstrate graduation readiness. Remember, GPA is the first pathway. There's a secondary pathway for alternative assessments, and then there's a tertiary or third pathway, which is portfolio appeals process. So yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Balveer Singh from Kingsbury Regional in Gloucester County, South Jersey. The question I had was the two times we got a nice strong applause on state testing is, so continuing on that theme, please correct me if I'm wrong. So my understanding is the 9th grade test for math, and there's 11th grade for graduation requirement. One is to fulfill the federal requirement, and one is for state requirement. However, we or the DOE or the legislature can choose to have the one count for both, meeting both requirements. I'm wondering if there's a position that you have articulated or you plan to eliminate one of those in the near future.
So thank you for that question. So to best answer that, as members of the executive branch, our role at the Department of Education is to implement the policy that is put forward by the governor, as well as ensure that all statutes are adhered to and our regulations are followed. So currently, as you stated, one of the assessments, the NJSLA, does meet the federal requirement, and the NJGPA does meet a state requirement for the 11th grade assessment that has been enacted since, I believe, 1979. So as our legislators consider any possible changes, we remain at the ready to pivot, but currently we do have those two parallel assessments that are being offered and required. Does that help answer your question?
Do you guys have a position or recommendation to the legislature?
Our position is that we implement what is in statute and in regulations. Thank you.
I'm also going to help with this. The department is not at liberty to talk about anything where there's pending legislation. So there is some pending legislation regarding doing away with perhaps the high school graduation assessment requirement. So it puts them in a pickle. And if you asked her the same question, she would give you the exact same words with the answer. So thank you for understanding. We can talk offline about that a little bit, though.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, good morning. Jamie Stevens, Lyndhurst Public Schools, Director of Student Services, overseeing special ed and counseling. As everybody is aware here, the mental concerns of our students are really, really pressing, in particular this school year. Is the department going to offer any additional grant opportunities towards mental health in the future, or is that being considered? Thanks.
So certainly, yes. We have 2 grants that are actually going to be released in the next month. The first is the school-based mental health grant. That is a $14 million grant, and it's designed to recruit and retain diversified pool of psychologists, counselors, to really help you provide more mental health services. The second grant is called the Stronger Connections Grant. That may be released a little bit sooner than next month. But again, one of the focuses in that grant, that's a $20 million 5-year from the U.S. Department of Ed, is also can be used for mental health. As I said, the governor has also put quite a bit of money in this area, so you are going to see some initiatives roll out for the next school year, including training for school leaders on social emotional learning. We've got opportunities for intensive coaching on how to implement comprehensive school-based mental health services. Your ESSER money, all of that can actually still be used for mental health services. So aside from the grant, the ARP ESSER money, which many districts at this point still have available to them, that money, an allowable use of the 90%, the large pot of money that you receive, can be used for mental health services. So if there's any opportunity to talk with your board or your superintendent about the uses of that funding, that is something that also can be used for mental health services as well.
Hi, thank you for all that you do, seriously. I appreciate all of it. I'm Angelique Gauthier. I'm from Freehold Regional High School District, and I'm an academic supervisor for mathematics. And I just have a quick question for Dr. Schiff. You mentioned the second pathway. We still have not received any cut scores for those alternative pathways. Will we be receiving them soon?
Yes.
Well done. Do you want to ballpark that, maybe? No.
Good morning. My name is Joanne Negrin, and I supervise ESL, Bilingual Ed, and World Languages for Vineland, and I also chair the ELL committee here, but this is not an ELL-specific question. This is actually something that's also dear to my heart, which is the recruitment of a diverse workforce. And I really want to recognize and appreciate many of the things that I've heard from the paid internships, because having to work and basically earn no money for a year is a real barrier for a lot of people who have those obligations, and also the elimination of EdTPA. I think that both of those things are going to help us greatly. Another thing that I was wondering if you had considered, and I know this doesn't originate with you, that it's the legislature that gives and can take away, but the residency requirement.
Yes, so that is with the legislative branch, and I believe that there is discussion ongoing, and that's all that I know at this time.
Good morning, Jessica Smedley. I'm the Director of School Counseling for Hillsborough Township Public Schools. I chair the Mental Health Committee here at PSA and immediate past president of New Jersey School Counselors Association. And Kathleen, I'd like to thank you and your department. We've worked closely with Lou Pereira and his team, being able to give some feedback on some of the programs coming out of the Office for Student Support. So we're excited to talk about that and continue the work together also as leaders. And I commend the focus from the department on helping administrators, including those of us in this room, to understand the mental health needs of our students and to fund those through various grant programs. I just wanted to give feedback and always a shout out. I'm learning my marketing opportunities that all of us who are school counselors and school counseling leaders in this room are very interested in working and engaging with the department in possible opportunities as you roll out, and the connection with Rutgers University with that program that's coming. Unfortunately, we were not included in the mental health guide, so school counselors are not specifically mentioned. So if there's any opportunity for us to get involved as that rollout happens and the mentoring and coaching piece, I think there's a real need for that. So thank you for your consideration. And I wanted to see if we have a date for when we're going to get the NJGPA scores. Any ideas? Maybe before the end of the year, like next 6 months, next 9 months?
Soon.
I tried.
Jordan, you know we're going to bug you about this.
Deb, there's one to the side there.
I have all the answers.
Hi, Heather Schwartz. I'm the Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment for the Hazlet Township Public Schools in Monmouth County. My question is regarding certification. I know that we have the cert for P3, we have the cert for K5, and then we have the middle school cert for 5-8. Is there a consideration, especially now with the need for for preschool teachers, extending that P3 to be a P4 so that there's no gap from a P4 to a 5-8 certification? That might help us a little bit.
So our Chapter 9 regulations, which are those regulations that control the certification statuses for our educators, are currently in front of the state board for consideration for adoption at the April state board meeting. Within those proposals for state board consideration, there are a number of flexibilities that Commissioner Alan McMillan thought was important to help to increase the diversity and the effectiveness as well as the availability of certifications across the state. At this point in time, there is no P4 consideration in front of the State Board of Education. However, we are eager to have the flexibilities that are embedded within our Chapter 9 regulations approved for implementation. And that does not stop the conversation. So I know that Commissioner is putting forward a number of flexibilities now, but there's still room for us to continue to engage in those conversations as we continue through the regulatory process, post these additional and initial flexibilities. So the short answer is not at this time, but certainly willing to consider it in the future.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. My name is Jennifer Lowe. I am an NJPSA board member, and I am the Director of Accountability and Special Projects in Dworkin Township. My question is for Dr. Schiff. We've been following very closely the work on standards development, and we saw the most updated presentation from the State Board of Education. One of the concerns we have in our district is particularly for our elementary teachers, the lift of potentially large incremental changes to both the reading and math curricula being implemented at the same time is a source of concern. We know that, of course, the standards are coming out and we are all anxiously awaiting to do our review. My question is, has any consideration been given to possibly phasing in the rollout of those standards so that the lift on our teachers and districts is not so monumental?
Yeah, it's a very, very important consideration. And due to the public health emergency, there was a clumping of many of our 9 standards that were implemented simultaneously, the 2020, and those are 7 of them. So we're mindful of that. We have had internal discussions about that. More information will be coming, but I do appreciate the thought.
May I just add the thought, and I wanted to acknowledge Dr. Schiff's division for putting forward an elongated time for implementation so that you have the opportunity over the course of the year, hopefully post-board approval, to stagger in the standards review within your school district. as well as I know Dr. Schiff is working to advance even an earlier time frame. So hopefully we will have a portion of the summer this year for you to engage with those standards. So thinking about what your needs are is what they have continued to do, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to move forward faster.
All right. Good morning, all. I'm Amy Stella. I'm the Director of Curriculum Instruction and Professional Development in the Northern Burlington County Regional School District. And my question is regarding special education candidates. With a number of current vacancies and some additional retirements pending, any suggestions, any guidance on how to staff those types of positions and meet our requirements?
How to staff. So I'll start. Yes, and then turn it over to Kathy and anyone else who wants to chime in. I mentioned in my remarks, I've had the opportunity to attend numerous roundtables across our state, speaking with superintendents. And I'm going to share the message with you that I have shared with them, that I often receive videos from YouTube, TikTok, and other sources regarding teachers leaving our profession and other educators. And so it is quite moving to hear stories of horror, as they self-describe, and to see the number of views these individuals are receiving as they detail their experience. And while we all can rationalize there's two sides to a story and there's a truth, but we know the power of social media and how that can capture one's heart and mind. And so while we acknowledge and accept retirement is a natural part of the process, I think most of us hope to retire at one particular point in time when it's best for us, but it is an issue of retention that we are very focused on addressing. And so the idea is, how do we first and foremost keep the great people we have? And how do we connect with those individuals to ensure they want to stay? We hear about poaching, and we cannot do anything specifically to address that, right? We have a free market, and people are able to pursue opportunities that best suit them. At the department, I've been faced with losing some great individuals, and I've asked to have private conversations with them and learn that some of the systems we had in place were causing individuals to feel devalued. So as a result, I changed the system, and the person stayed. So I know that there are instances where vacancies arise, and it is not within your control to influence the outcome. But we have also on our website a live link with real-time postings for every school district in our state. And we take pride in ensuring that we're a part of the process in attracting talent within New Jersey. But we also acknowledge that our educator preparation program numbers are decreasing, and we're seeing more individuals who want to switch careers come into education. So it is a unique, well, let me rephrase that. It is important that we continue to advance the programs that we have in place with a campaign. And I was debating whether I was going to say that or not. That's why I stumbled. So we do have a campaign that we are working on for educator recruitment, for educator retention. And the governor has allocated additional funding in the budget. So that's what we're looking at. How can we help you to attract individuals? With 665 school districts, think about 665 students. Your cultures are all unique. And so what we're promoting is that when you come into a position in New Jersey, you are going to be valued, you are going to have voice, and you are going to have one of the most rewarding experiences in your entire career. And so that's our commitment as far as outreach, and we know that's what you're going to deliver as well. Anyone want to add?
I'll just add, Commissioner, because you specifically referenced special education. One of the things that we are in the very early stages of exploring that's been successful in other states is grow your own programs within special education, because you have a unique population of perhaps paraprofessionals. And so what other states have found success in is supporting those paraprofessionals in obtaining a special education certification. And so we are very early stages, but it is something that we are exploring.
And not specific to special education, but I just want to acknowledge that we do have the limited CECEAS available for all of our districts. We have not had all of our districts sign up for the availability of that program. So if you have not, perhaps consider it. You might not need it now, but you may need it in the future, and it may help for some of those hard-to-fill areas. So just if you need additional information, please let us know.
All right, I'd like to thank the panel. One more question? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
And can I say thank you so much for what you just said. I am Dr. Denise King. I'm retired after 30 years, pre-K to 2, 1,000 kids every day. So I get it. I completely understand and value what you just said, because my question was going to be, how do we retain those wonderful administrators who are struggling every day? I'm now the Assistant Director for Retirement and Health Benefits here at NJPSA. And I hear every day so many of our administrators who are struggling with staying in the field. They're tired, they don't feel valued, they don't know that we see them, right? So it really is heartbreaking to hear. I'm talking about colleagues who are in their 40s, 50s, right? And some who have been working 40-something years, who are now just ready to say, I have to retire. They don't want to. They love what they do. They love the students. They love the engagement. But they need help. They need us to know that we value them. So hearing what you just said, Commissioner, I applaud you because we need that in the state of New Jersey. We have phenomenal professional administrators doing above and beyond the call of duty every single day. We have to, us collectively, you, legislators, make sure that we are hearing what they're going through. Not only hearing it, but putting platforms in place, not only for professional development, but for mentorship, for coaching, for helping them. Administrators need you. Please be their voice to get them what they need.
Deb, I think we have one last question right over here, and then we're going to wrap up and give you guys a break, because I know everybody's been sitting.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Martinez, and I am a principal at Hapakon, New Jersey, up north. My question is regarding choice schools. It seems as if when choice schools, a school had applied for choice schools, that is a designation forever. My school is not a choice school, and we lose about 18% of our high schoolers to choice schools. Is that ever going to be reevaluated? Has that come across anyone's table? That is my question.
Yes, I think we continue to reevaluate. I will say that there is legislative function specific to choice and choice districts. So any evaluation would have to be in conjunction with our legislators. We do have regulations that guide the implementation of that legislation, and under Commissioner Alan McMillan, we will be looking at the implementation of the regulations, that what the department can control versus the legislation.
Okay, we do need to wrap up and move on, because I know that we need to get the Department of Ed on the road. Several people have appointments. I want to make just one last point about pre-K, and we all very much appreciate what Governor Murphy has been doing in bringing pre-K programs in. I would like to just plant the seed of a reminder that not every district has full-day K. So, you know, we talk about, I've heard the governor on any number of occasions talk about pre-K as a budgetary and a lifestyle thing for parents. If you go from full-day pre-K to half-day K, back to full day school. Yeah, that's a nightmare. So let's keep that top of mind. I also, as you've heard today to the Department of Ed panel, our members are very willing to engage with you, and we appreciate very much the ways that you are always willing to engage with us. Let's always keep the conversation going. I remember as I would hire my new teachers, my new coaches and activity advisors, one of the things that I would very often say to people is, so listen, when things are getting a little rough and you're worried because you don't know how things are going to go, come to me early, okay? I would rather come in and help you through the difficult situation than have to come in at the end and clean up a mess when you didn't ask for the help that you needed. And so this is an invitation to all of us. Your voice matters. Your voice matters, and our communication with each other matters. And we appreciate all we've done to engage with each other to this point. We appreciate your time here today, and we look forward to our continued working relationship and many of our friendships. So thank you for joining us. So as the department leaves the dais, we are going to take a break in just a second. I do want to remind everybody that if you are able to support our PAC, it is an important thing. The table is out in the food court area. Go out, grab something. There are bathrooms on this hallway and down the long hallway to the at the end of the food court. And we're going to see you back here to start up promptly again, unfortunately at 11:15, to make sure we keep our legislators on their timeline. Thank you.
We often talk about how much technology has changed our lives. There are machines, computers, and artificial intelligence for just about anything these days. Has ChatGPT made it into your schools yet? If you can believe it, I, myself, am an AI avatar, and I am coming to you live from NJPSA headquarters right now. I can even film commercials for the staff here at NJPSA. But there is something really important that I cannot do. I cannot be a government affairs advocate. You see, there are 120 state representatives in the New Jersey legislature, and just about every one of them thinks they have a good idea for a bill to improve public education in our state. Once those bills are introduced, it is the job of your NJPSA government affairs representatives to work on those bills and ensure that they do not have any negative implications for educational leaders in New Jersey's public schools. And that, my friends, takes interpersonal skills, networking, relationship building, and years of earning foundational trust. As awesome as I am, those are skills that simply cannot be replicated by me or by my other AI associates. And that is why you need Debbie Bradley and Jenny Lemon out there, all across the state, meeting with legislators and keeping bills that could negatively impact principals and supervisors from moving through the legislative process. To be most effective, Deb and Jenny have to attend the events that the legislators host, and those events cost money. Money that must be raised through a political action committee through your donations. It is at these events that your NJPSA government relations team is able to get their message across through all the clutter of misinformation, social media, and competing organizations. This is the time when Deb and Jenny get to share with a legislator what you are truly up against in your schools. So you see the problem here. No donations equals no legislator events, which equals no access to the legislators who are going to write, amend, and ultimately vote yea or nay on the bills that affect the important work that you do every day. It is also important that we elect and continue to re-elect the right people so they can continue to vote to strengthen schools and protect educational leaders. This year is extra important because every one of those 120 seats is up for grabs. That is a lot of events to attend. So it is more critical than ever that we have PAC money to help the candidates that are supporters of education. Help us make an impact today with your donation of $40 or more. Checks can be made out to NJPSA PAC. Or you can go to our website at njpsa.org/PAC, or, getting back to the all-important technology, simply scan this QR code. Thank you for your support and your contribution to the NJPSA PAC. Debbie and Jenny are proud to work on your behalf and represent your interests in Trenton and Washington. And, as I have already shared with you, the important work they do is irreplaceable.
And it's one little girl who's really effective. She said,
Ladies and gentlemen,
very happy.
ladies and gentlemen, seats please.
Participates in it, all look at me. Then he goes home all afternoon and cries in his room.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you... Thank you, Dr. Moore. Oh, we're so lucky.
Perfect.
Which means they got the bullseye on you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone had a nice break, got to reconnect with some of their old friends and colleagues. Now it's time to get back to business. And doing the people's business is what our next panel proudly, and I would have to add expertly, does every day. New Jersey is unique among many states in the nation in that we have a state legislature that meets year-round, despite being classified as part-time. In reality, our legislature is not really part-time, and I can tell you firsthand, none of the legislators up here work part-time. I think it's more like double-time. Our legislature is quite active. They undertake thousands of bills every 2-year legislative cycle, bills that cover every aspect of life in New Jersey, including public education. A fun fact about our legislative process is that this year, 2023, is an important and pretty unique year. It's an election year for every legislative seat. All 120 of them will be up for re-election this year or election. That's an event that occurs once every decade following the census. Typically, state senators serve 4-year terms. General Assembly members serve 2-year terms. However, the first term for senators at the beginning of each decade is only 2 years long. This 2-4-4 cycle allows for elections from new districts as soon as possible after redistricting has occurred following the census. So this is a little bit of history. It also means, unfortunately, for some of our panelists from the upper house, they'll be running for re-election again very soon. Okay, now that we've covered the trivia portion of the segment, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce key leaders in our state legislature who work with us on issues impacting our students and our schools. I want to get the conversation going and give you an opportunity to engage with our panelists. So I'm going to keep the intros very brief. There's additional information about all of their careers and legislation and lots more information, detailed biographies in the digital folder. So please remember to scan that QR code. And we'll begin with the members of the State Senate. Our first panelist is Senator Vin Gopal, the chairman of the Senate Education Committee. Representing District 11 in Monmouth County, Senator Gopal is a businessman as well as a state lawmaker. He has sponsored major legislation impacting our public schools, including legislation just this week that restores over $102 million to S2 districts whose state aid was slashed this year. I need to just pause here and take one moment to thank you, Senator, on behalf of all of the NJPSA members in this room and across the state for your efforts. Your bill will save educational programs and services for many students. So we've shared a fun fact about the legislature. Maybe you learned something new today. How about some fun facts about our legislators? Remember when I said Senator Gopal is a businessman and a lawmaker? A fun fact I have recently learned about the senator is that he used to have a matchmaking service. I am hoping we can discuss that one further offline. I could use some tips for a friend. Welcome to the panel discussion, Senator. Next, we have Senator Patrick Dagnan, a longtime friend of this association, the former chair of the Assembly Education Committee, and the current chair of the Senate Transportation Committee. Senator Dagnan represents District 18 in Middlesex County. An attorney and a legislator, Senator Dagnan has sponsored critical education legislation during his career. I learned a fun fact about Senator Dagnan as well. Apparently...
No matchmaking. I tried, but no answers. What?
Apparently, the senator is a bit of a prankster and always manages to get over on his staff with April Fool's Day pranks. Every year, it's something different. But the staff told me the one that stands out the most in history is when he told them all with a perfectly straight face that the state budget called for pay cuts to all district office staffers.
That's not a prank, that's just you.
And they all fell for it. The senator's daughter, who is a teacher, also falls victim to his April Fool's pranks. So with April Fool's Day just around the corner, I think everyone maybe better have their guard up today. Senator Sam Thompson also joins us from Middlesex County, representing District 12. One of only 2 legislators with a scientific background, Senator Thompson has a doctorate in physical chemistry. He has served with distinction both in the General Assembly and the Senate, currently serving on the Senate Education, Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the Joint Committee on the Public Schools. A fun fact about Senator Thompson for this room full of educators is that the senator has a little teaching experience himself. When he returned from the Army to Little Rock, Arkansas, he found that the city residents had voted to close local schools rather than comply with the federal desegregation orders. Senator Thompson joined the faculty at one of the private schools that had opened to educate all of the children, where he taught algebra. Later, he would find himself teaching again, chemistry to college students at LSU. Welcome, Senator Thompson. And from the General Assembly, our special guests are both members of the Assembly Education Committee. Assemblywoman Mila Jacey has been the voice of New Jersey students in both K-12 and higher ed for many years. She represents District 27 in Essex and Morris counties. She's the chair of the Assembly Higher Education Committee, the vice chair of the Assembly Education Committee, and the vice chair of the Joint Committee on the Public Schools. Assemblywoman Jacey has left her mark on many positive bills impacting our schools. And what I want to share with you about Mila today is less of a fun fact and more of a funny story. But I think it's a wonderful illustration of who she is as a person. Her first time running for Assembly was a bit of a surprise candidacy. Her predecessor had been indicted 2 months shy of the election. It is New Jersey. So she was really not expecting this race, and she had a long planned and already paid for family vacation, a European cruise, that she was away when her lawn signs came in. So eager to get this already late in the game campaign started, her staff went out and put up the lawn signs all over the district, right? Great job. Only problem was they were spelled J-A-C-E-Y, not J-A-S-E-Y. Now, while others would have gone absolutely ballistic, I've worked on campaigns most of my life, and I can tell you ballistic is an understatement. Mila simply and calmly thought of how this could be fixed. The solution was rolls and rolls and rolls of S's on black sticky notes kept in people's cars. Family, friends, and supporters would drive around the district and leap out of their vehicles every time they saw one of her signs to fix it. And I understand this lawn sign drama continued for the next 3 successive campaigns where there was one error or another, demonstrating both that Murphy's Law is the cornerstone of the political process and that Assemblywoman Jacey is one class act. While I was up here, Mila's chief of staff slipped me a note. It wasn't me. Okay, just want to make that clear. Assemblyman Eric Simonson is doubly welcome here today as both a state legislator representing many of you from Cape May, Atlantic, and Cumberland counties in District 1, and also as an NJPSA member. The Assemblyman with a degree in special education and a master's in educational administration currently serves as the athletic director of Lower Cape May Regional High School. He's a member of the Joint Committee on the Public Schools and the Assembly Education Committee, among others. Fun fact about Assemblyman Simonson is he's not only a singer, songwriter, and frontman for a band that has performed with many nationally known artists, but he recorded a children's CD, E is for Eric, which was considered for a nomination at the Grammys. Welcome, Assemblyman. And last, but certainly not least, it is my great pleasure to turn the podium now over to our moderator, Mr. John Mooney, the founder and executive director of New Jersey Spotlight News. And if you thought you were escaping the fun facts, you're not, Mr. Mooney. Following college, he was a member of the team that won the first ever world championship in ultimate frisbee. How cool is that? The championship was held in Gothenburg, Sweden, and his team name was the Rude Boys. Always a consummate gentleman and anything but rude. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and our superstar panelists.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here, and a lot of old friends here, so this is very fun to catch up. And thank you for the intro. I'm thinking that a career in ultimate frisbee must have prepared me in some way for covering the wild and wacky world of New Jersey education policy. Maybe it's prepare for the unexpected. Another fun fact for those who know ultimate is it was founded in New Jersey at Columbia High School in South Orange, Maplewood. I don't know if we have anyone from... So God bless you all. And still...
Another fun fact is that Assemblywoman J.C. has introduced legislation to make ultimate frisbee the state's sport.
Yes, I did know that. I don't want to influence you in any way, Mila, but that would be a great thing. So anyway, I'd like to get us going. A couple rules of this. We have a lot to cover, and you know, I hope to talk about funding. I hope to talk about the high school test, mental health, staffing, you know, a host of things for us. So one of the things I'd like to ask our panelists is that we be quick, you know, with our answers, so we can give not only each other a chance, but I also want to open it up for the last bit of this to Q&A from you folks as well. So, you know, there is an awful lot to talk about, and I really want to get to all of it. But let's start, and this also will be quick, but I want to go down because I certainly want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves. And we'll start with you, Senator Thompson. In, you know, a sentence or two, and I take that literally, as a legislator, what you think is your top priority for education in New Jersey?
Well, of course, today we have the problem of assisting the kids to recover from the impact of COVID. That's been a very traumatic experience for them. They had all kinds of education loss because of what had to be done with the schools and so on. So getting them able to restart and back up to where they should be at this point in time.
Great, thank you. Senator Gopal?
Learning, recovery, and mental health resources.
Not even a full sentence. Wow, okay. Assembly Warren?
I think I would agree with that, yeah.
Yes, that was a ditto. And
but also,
yeah, please.
Teachers, we need to bring the esteem back to the profession, and we need to find ways to not only recruit them, but train them and pay them better and put them where they need to be.
Senator Dagny?
Really basically what Vin got at. I mean, mental health / bullying, it's a real problem, breaks my heart.
And Simon Simonson?
I'll just add on. I agree with everything that's been said, but you know, obviously funding, which we've already mentioned, and school safety as well, if you tack on for the rest of what everyone has talked about.
So let's jump on funding. Obviously, there's been some news of late regarding additional funding for S2 districts, or districts that suffered under S2, I guess. I don't know if that's a classification per se. And I'll start with Senator Gopal, since you were at the center of this. You know, not so much what went into the additional funding that was just added, but I guess a big question is what happens next? Not just for this year, because these are still going to be some cuts for some districts, but are we back on S2 next year? And then, you know, technically next year is the last of S2. And then what in terms of, you know, the funding formula? I have not heard much talk about, you know, revamping that, which is a massive project, or could be. Talk a little bit about sort of what's next in terms of funding.
So the last 3 weeks were very challenging, and I'm very fortunate to have colleagues like Senator Dygnan, Senator Thompson, and caucus supporting, but the Democratic leadership was on opposite ends of where we were in restoring money. I think one of the big missing pieces is while the S2 districts have lost enrollment, absolutely these districts have learning recovery challenges, mental health challenges. Just because a district has lost 40 or 50 students doesn't mean that their costs are going down. Inflation, healthcare costs, a lack of transparency, a lack of clarity. So I'm going to fight really hard to try to get this change. And Senator Dygnan, who's been great, called me a couple days ago, and so I've got challenges in Democratic leadership. Obviously, where we started with, you know, I told the governor directly, I'm not voting for a budget that doesn't restore funding in it, and we finally got up to 102. I would have loved to get to 157. That's not where we ended up. Could, but we have a while to go. I don't think penalizing districts right now, because 10, 15 years ago, districts, I think when S2 happened, we remember the underfunded districts. We remember Chesterfield and Freehold Borough, bless you, and those districts and the struggles they had. And we saw when the formula wasn't being funded for all those years from 2010 to 2017 what was happening. But I don't think anyone could have predicted what happened during COVID and the incredible monumental impact it's having right now. So I do think we need to restructure this. We have to look, because a district 14 years ago spent money on a football field. I don't know why the Board of Ed or parents or teachers should be penalized for that right now. And if a district is doing the proper things as far as cutting where, doing attrition, I mean, one of my big concerns on S2, it really hurts regionalized districts. Like I have Freehold Regional, and we need to be promoting that. So I have a lot of concerns. This is going to be a big fight, and I'm hoping to try to organize as many colleagues I can in the Senate on the Democratic side against the Democratic leadership on this.
Let me just follow up on that. Is there also consideration on the budget cap and that impact on districts?
I think everything should be discussed, and everything should be on the table, and I'm hopeful after this budget gets signed, those conversations will start, one way or the other.
Senator Dagnan, you were referred on this. Your thoughts? I mean, is this, you've been in the legislature a little time?
Vin has summed up exactly where I'm coming from. I think really basically the starting point should be last year's funding. You know, you experience this every day. I'm getting calls. What does it look like this year, Pat, for us? That's crazy. You should at least know you're going to be funded, as Vin and I were talking about the other day. If there's 50 less kids, that doesn't mean that the district is $1 less. You still have the same number of teachers, the same facilities, the same, and the same challenges, as you were saying, with mental health, et cetera. So I will echo exactly what Senator Gopal, and I really want to compliment him for this. This is courageous, what he's doing. It really is courageous.
Just talk a little bit about I mean, I think we all know that, you know, not much happens without Senate leadership or Assembly leadership on board with this and the politics of it. Do you see this as a big fight to come from your perspective in terms of getting, you know, some of these fundamental changes into the formula, or do you think that there's some appetite for that now?
I think Greg Coughlin is a personal friend. He's probably as decent a person as I've ever known. Nick Spitari is, I think, doing an exceptional job as Senate President. I think they're trying to do the right thing here. You know, you're trying to do it incrementally. I mean, well, Vin did this week with getting this through. It was a huge deal, but it's a first step. I don't think anybody's saying the job is done. So I think leadership is on board, and his advocacy is really basically moving it forward. So I'm very confident.
Assemblywoman Jaycee, speak to this issue from the Assembly's point of view.
In all honesty, we haven't had very robust conversations about this yet. But certainly when we do, I certainly will be one of the people pushing for funding, not just because it's budget time, but because we have so many challenges happening in our schools right now. I hear about them every day because my sister lives with me, and she's a high school teacher in Newark. And every day she's talking about her kids, how stressed they are, how immature they are. You know, the pandemic has affected them in ways that we don't even realize yet. And I think it's going to take time for us to recover from that, and for our kids to recover. I was surprised and very disappointed when she told me that there will be no summer school this year because they don't have the money for it. And this year, more than most years, we really need summer school. We need intensive tutoring. We need mental health services for our families and for our students and for our staff.
This is Newark schools?
Newark, yeah.
Okay.
Just gained a lot of money.
There may be a story there, but anyway, we'll, there seems like a lot of money out there for summer school. But
Yeah, that's why it's such a surprise to me
yeah,
as well.
that does strike me. Senator Thompson, what about doing away with the budget cap?
What about?
Doing away with the 2% budget cap as part of this conversation?
I think we could look at it. I'm not sure we would want to totally do away with it forever, but at least suspend it or something or other for critical times.
Do you think it's worked?
Do I think it will work?
The cap has worked for districts or for communities. Obviously, it's limiting tax increases.
Well, of course, people are very concerned about their property taxes, so that's why you have the cap there, because of it.
And I was going to ask the same, Assemblyman Simonson.
Yeah, I agree with the senator. I mean, I could see maybe, experimenting with raising it a bit, a percentage or something. But I want to commend Senator Gopal for, I'm all on board with funding. In Cape May County alone, we lost 9 of our 18 schools lost funding, and one of our poorest, smallest schools is Wildwood High School, or Wildwood School District, actually, and they lost $2.1 million, which is a third of their whole budget. So I appreciate the work on the Senate side, and I know that Vice Chair JC I'm pretty sure that we're all on board with working on it on the Assembly side. We have to look into the future too and see. I think repealing some of the S2 funding laws. I know we're working on it. We have working on a bill on the Assembly side to, like the senator said, fund every school like the same amount as last year, and whatever the difference is, roll that into the school tax levy so that property taxes go down. And that's what people want. They want lower property taxes, and they want good education. I think we can do that if we all work together. Our kids are nonpartisan, so we have to work together and fix this in New Jersey.
Great, thank you. Let me jump to a second issue that's pending or imminent, is the high school graduation test. I had a question about Start Strong. That was thrown out of the window. So, sorry. That will save us a little time. So, and a lot of angst, I guess, for a lot of you. But the high school test is still alive, and one of the big reasons is that it is a state law that goes back decades at this point. Is there sentiment? I know there's sentiment on the Assembly side because we've seen some momentum on that. Is there similar sentiment on the Senate side? And I guess my follow-up question to either is, in doing away with maybe the current test, do we replace it with something else that is a benchmark of sorts, or do we move away from that entirely? But let me first start, and I'll again go to the Senate Education Chair. Where you stand on the high school test?
I'm looking at my poor Senate Majority staffer, Ashleen Brennan, who is like, how much trouble am I going to get on for being on this panel
This
today?
is when I turn on the tape recorder. No.
I think the Assembly's doing a great job. I was happy to see that bill, and I am working to lobby Senate leadership to post the bill.
You support it
Yes.
yourself? So I guess I just want to be clear, you to post it or to?
I have to get the approval of Senate leadership to post the bill.
Right, but in terms of, would you support it if
100%,
posted?
yes.
Okay.
I've been lobbying them to post it.
Any news on that, or? Haven't seen it yet. Let's just put it that way. Others, let me go to, because I know you're a sponsor of it, Assemblywoman. Would there be anything out replacing it? Any kind of benchmark test or check-in test, as somebody describes?
I think we spend way too much time testing and not enough time teaching. I think that, if a student fulfills all the requirements, all the required courses, and passes those courses, that should stand. All right?
Fair enough. Now, is that, and I should know this, that is still up, that's up for vote in the Assembly, correct, at this point? Or is it, I know it got through committee.
We both voted for it, so we're off the hook. We already voted for it in committee.
In committee, yes, but that's still,
But we do have a voting session
that
next
still
week.
needs a vote of the
Yes.
full assembly.
Yeah.
And is not yet even in committee yet on the Senate side.
That's correct.
Okay, just,
Catch up.
Senator Thompson, where do you, yeah, catch up, well said. Senator
with
Thompson and Deignan, you're both part of the Senate. Would you support such a bill?
I got to be honest with you. Obviously, I have grandkids that are so stressed out by these tests, et cetera. And this is where a group like this really comes into play. It's easy to say, let's do away with what we have now. That's a no-brainer. But there has to be some type of a standard that we can gauge districts that need attention. So I really would like your input as to Part B. You know, Part A is easy. Let's do away with what we've got. But what is going to be Part B? What would you guys recommend in terms of some kind of evaluating technique or reliable indicator? So I'm all ears. On this one, I really, absolutely, positively don't know the answer. You can't do nothing, and I don't think anybody up here wants to do nothing, because we all know there's districts that need attention, and these tests give that indication. So our kids are obviously the most important thing to determine here. So on this one, I'm really all ears. I know it's not a satisfactory answer, but I don't know what the real solution to this problem is.
And Senator Thompson, I want to give you a chance to weigh in on this.
I tend to agree that there should be some means of assessing the success of the schooling that the kids have gotten. So whether this is the approach or some other, yes, we need something to assess how effectively the teaching is being.
Yeah, I'm sure, and to Senator Deignan's point, I'm sure if you're asking for input, you will get some input.
That's good. All kidding aside, I always say, we're down in Trenton, the last people we ask should be the first people we ask. You know, right now with the anti-bullying situation, the first people we should be talking to are teachers and kids, you know, as opposed to all the other ways we're going. So, absolutely, please let me know.
Yeah, please.
I wasn't necessarily saying it should be a graduation requirement, but we need it out there to see how successful the teaching was. Did the kids learn what they should have, et cetera?
Okay, great.
Well, I think you have to rely on, again, I think you have to rely on the teachers and the professionals to tell us that. I think all this testing, I hear about the testing all the time. It takes up a great deal of time, teaching time. And right now, at least in some of our districts, the classes are very large. I know, again, going back to my sister, her classes are all like 28 students. She even has classes where there are not enough desks for her students. And, you know, so I'm listening to this on a regular basis. And my daughter she runs the induction program at Montclair State for new teachers. She was a teacher herself for, I think, 12 years. And she is now training teachers and finding it very, very difficult to get students who are interested in the profession, and finding it just as difficult to get experienced teachers and some retired teachers to work as mentors and to help new teachers come into the profession. It's a very, very difficult job. And I think we need to recognize that, and I don't think that testing is necessarily the answer. I think that, again, our standards for classes and for subject matter are pretty high here in New Jersey. And if a student meets those requirements and the teacher evaluates the student and says they've met the requirements of the course, I think that should be plenty to go on. We need more time rather than testing in mental health supports, and just time with our students, not just with pencil and paper.
Senator Gopal.
And just to add on to what the Assemblywoman said, you know, we saw this, and when the EdTPA process was happening, how much money was involved in these test-making companies. There has not been enough assessment on, there's a financial need, not just the administrative burden of making sure you prepare for these tests and the follow-up and administering the tests, but there's also a lot of companies making a lot of money off of all this, and I don't think that's been discussed enough. So.
I would add maybe one in particular, but that for another day. I wanted to offer some opportunity. This is, breaking from protocol a little bit, but since Senator Deignan asked for input, and I have a room full of it, I wanted to at least take one comment or question. I don't know, were you the one? Were you the lucky one? Yeah, okay.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, keep it brief.
My name is Kurt Karsage. I'm the principal at Point Pleasant Borough High School, longtime high school principal. And I think many of you touched upon this too, the effects of COVID and how kids are struggling. Their mental health is obviously front and center right now. So, and that's why everybody's just so excited about Start Strong going away, is because these kids need more time, A, in the classroom with learning recovery, and B, with mental health, and less time taken away because of testing. So going forward, I don't disagree that there needs to be a standard, but however we can streamline that, because even with Start Strong going away, the spring testing right now, grades 9, grades 10, all that extra testing really creates choppy days. So we have maybe 6 to 8 days of testing. Those aren't normal instructional days, and the kids feel that. And as much as you try to create a schedule that is beneficial for students and teachers, it's not the same. And so it does detract from the learning on those days, and they're losing valuable time in the classroom that they need, both from an educational and mental health standpoint. So if there's going to be, something for the 11th grade to say, hey, you've met these requirements, that standard you speak of, let's streamline it and let's get it where it's really tight. It's that one day of testing, and that's it. And then, so we have that, but we're not taking 6, 7, 8 days in the spring of broken schedules and reduced instruction time because the kids need it.
I'm stunned by you saying it takes 8 days of testing.
Start again. I'm sorry.
I'm kind of stunned that you're saying it takes 8 days of testing. I agree, 1 day or something, but 8. How do you stretch it in 8 days?
Grade 9, grade 10, grade 11.
Yeah, it's not individual kids. It's not,
all students have
but the
8
school
days
goes
of
through.
testing.
Yeah.
It's a different grade and so on each day. Okay.
But your point being, when even some testing is going on, it basically, arguably, my wife is a retired principal, so I can relate to your pain. Let's jump. You raised it, mental health, and we all are agreeing. I'm sure it's unanimous in this room. The crisis, or certainly the challenges that are going on. I'd like to ask you all, what can the legislature do about this? What are the measures? I know, Senator Gopal, you had a hearing on this in terms of, the spoke and hub model, hub and spoke model, and some of that. But what is the state's answer to it, as opposed to necessarily what districts are doing? I'll start with you.
So, one of the challenges with over 600 districts, every district is doing a little something different as it relates to mental health. The Assemblywoman JC did a great job in making sure the 90 hubs, not 90 school-based youth service programs were continued. Even the challenge with those 90 is that some are doing really well and others not so great. I mean, I have a bunch that I visited, and they're all really different. I got an incredible one in Red Bank at the source, but then I visited another one I won't name, which they weren't doing anything. They didn't have a tutoring program, and meanwhile I go to Red Bank, they had everything there. So I think that has to be streamlined a little bit. And then out of our 600 districts, some have the money and finances to have social workers on site, others have contracts. So one of the things I've been pushing from DOE, which, I saw the commissioner on the way out, so I guess she was here before, is to try to understand throughout our 600 districts what exactly are the mental health services you're providing. How are you paying for it? What's coming from the state? What's coming privately? What's coming publicly? That has been a big challenge. And that's something that we have to, I think, until we understand that, we can't fill in these gaps. But Obviously, the continuation of the school-based youth service programs, cleaning up those out of the 90 that are not doing what they need to. I think everything needs to be consistent, allowing new districts to go into that. And also, I'm following the 15 hubs very closely. I just saw the awardees. I'm planning to meet with them soon, and to make sure that they see places like some of these school-based youth service programs and to see how much they can mirror. And we also have to treat different districts differently, right? We have different communities that have different interests. We have different sizes of different communities. I think all that needs to be on the table. One of the blessings of New Jersey is all the great school districts we have, and it's also one of the curses, so we have to navigate that.
Assemblywoman J.C., I know you have some strong feelings on this.
I do, and I'm really, thank you for mentioning the fact that we were able to maintain the mental health services that are currently in place. But again, that's not to say that we don't need a lot more. And I also am concerned about the mental health of staff. Because those teachers that I've spoken with, and not just my sister, but others, are exhausted. And students are presenting issues that they haven't had to deal with in such large numbers before. Students and parents are struggling. And, we restarted school. We reopened classrooms, but we didn't really do anything to make sure that everybody was ready or prepared to resume. And I think that's a problem. And I don't know what the answer to that is, but if anyone in this room or anyone you know has ideas about this, we would be very happy to hear them in terms of what kind of support do staff members need, and when can we provide it for them? Maybe we need to be working with our institutions of higher education to provide some of this support for staff members. The door closed and everyone was remote for a while, and then we reopened the door. But we didn't really have a plan, I don't think, for what was going to happen. And I also want to mention, I don't know if New Jersey has the appetite for it, but I think we need to take a look at a little more regionalization of our schools. I mean, we have over 600 districts, and I know a lot of people like it that way, but I also know that some districts are in good shape, but many are not. And I wonder if, I don't know if we want a countywide system or something, but I think we need to rethink how we're doing this. And I don't pretend to have those answers, but I would work on them.
But is not the hub and spoke model dealing with this regionally? I mean, is that not what you're talking about?
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about mental health right now.
You're talking about districts as a whole.
District-wide in terms of education, and I feel like we're all competing with each other when we should be working together better.
Oh, wait, I think if we're gonna do this right. Well, I'm sure you don't, but just quickly, just wait a second. That's fine. No, that's good. Well, I'll call on you first, so you'll be ready. Senator Simonson, speak to what the state can do to help districts in grappling with mental health challenges, both for students and teachers, for that matter.
Well, I think the hub and spoke model, I mean, I believe the premise has good intentions, but, we talk about regionalizing school districts or countywide. We have, 21 counties and 40 districts, and we're talking about 15 hubs, which means I know in our district, there are very rural areas in Cumberland County and Cape May County, and even in some in Atlantic County. And, we don't have the transportation like they do up north. That's an issue. Kids aren't, a lot of times the kids that have these issues have the same issues at home, so the parents aren't going to drive them So I think if, I understand the premise of it. I think if we tightened it up and made shorter distance between and maybe almost like we're talking about, countywide regionalization of schools, but doing it with the hub and spoke model would help. And I think, a lot of the days, some teachers work very hard on their in-service days and their PLCs, but a lot of times that time can be spent with maybe mental health professionals. It can be looked into for the district bringing in someone to meet with people either as a group and then maybe breaking off one-on-one. We do get a number of in-service days throughout the year that we could work on that as well. So just a thought, and like I said, I think the idea works, but I mean, I've seen the school-based youth services, they've worked in our area, but understand what the Senator's saying. Some of them do a lot, and some of them don't do a lot. So to tighten that up, but the system that we're looking at to implement is it's just spread out too far. It's not going to service the kids it really needs to.
I didn't want to be rude, despite my ultimate Frisbee team.
No, please, this is so much better. I appreciate that. Thank you. My name is Nick Steffner. I'm the principal of Ridgedale Middle School in Florham Park, so thank you for taking the time to meet with us today. One suggestion that I had, obviously, education has changed a lot, over the past probably decade, but more importantly, I think in the last few years, as caring for students' mental health is something that's at the forefront of what educators are asked to do on a daily basis, which is not something we spend a lot of time learning about in our education practices in colleges, but also in professional development. And I think some of that leads to the additional stress on staff, right? The burnout, people turning away from the profession. So thinking about how we might be able to really collaborate on what supporting student mental health looks like inside of a classroom setting to prepare them to be able to equally deliver their instruction and be a facilitator of somebody that can care for and attend to somebody's social and emotional well-being, which is a very different trend than what people have been educated to do. And is something that's needed. I mean, rightfully so. That is our job and our responsibility to be there for students in all phases, but having a very deliberate approach to making that an important part of the education for upcoming educators and those that are still in the field, I think would be very beneficial. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Senator Duignan, I wanted to use this as a segue also to, you've been quite prominent in your work with the HIB, the anti-bullying law, and we've learned tragically how this that issue can contribute to real crisis and tragedy, unfortunately. But I also know it happens in many school districts every day. And what are your thoughts on how that law can be improved upon? In short, but I'm curious, what's the next step? I think we're at a 10-year anniversary of sorts. We may have passed it last year, but what's next for HIB law in New Jersey?
You're all smart people in this room, so I'm going to tell everybody, put on your must-read list the book, The Body Keeps the Score. Has anybody here read it?
What is it?
Everybody should read that book, the way trauma affects kids particularly. I didn't realize that it actually gets buried in your brain. Your brain grows as you get older, and something that happens when you're 5 years old, if you're a victim of abuse, or your parents have an awful divorce, or drug addiction, or whatever. This is such a complicated issue. I love these folks that now want to put every bully in jail. Come on. Many times, and you folks on the front lines, many times the bullier is the one that needs more attention than the bullied. You find out that, they're being abused at home, or mom and dad are in an awful relationship or whatever. This is complicated stuff, and I think, in my mind, it's the number one thing we have to attend to. It breaks my heart. I was recently over in Edison at a talk at Read Across America, and 7th graders, and afterwards I said, can I talk to you kids? Is bullying a problem in school? And they said, absolutely. And this one little girl, it breaks me up to tell you the story, says her best friend's brother is very heavy. He goes into school, and all his buddies make fun of him, and he goes along with it. Oh, look at me, couldn't get his shirt to fix. He goes home in the afternoon, goes in his room and cries all day. I mean, absolutely breaks your heart. So this has got to be something, as Vin was talking about. This has got to be a #1 priority. And I think the pandemic, absolutely positively, the isolation, all the rest, but it's real.
So
And
what
this-
can-
And this thing is a weapon.
That's what I was gonna
This is
say.
a weapon. I mean, they go home, back in my day, my buddies would make fun of me, and the next day, we forgot what we were making fun about. Now, it's like they bomb each other, it's all night long. It's really something that we have to get a handle on, because it's frightening, and it's destroying kids. Look at it in Metuchen, a young girl, a 7th grader, committed suicide last week. I mean, and her 6th grade friend is the one that found her. You talk about breaking your heart.
So what can you do, from a state legislative level with the law?
Well, what Vin is talking about, Highland Park, anybody here from Highland Park? Highland Park, the high school is just unbelievable. They actually have a psychologist on site. The kids can walk out in class and go down, and they're there. That is, to me, I've visited a lot of them. That, to me, is the model that we have to follow. They get it better than any other district that I've seen.
Is that school-based youth service?
Yes, yeah. And, the regional is great, but as they told me in Highland Park, if it's regional, the kid's not going to be able to walk out of class. It's going to be after school, and mom and dad are going to have to drive them there. I mean, and mom and dad may be at work. I mean, I know, and New Jersey is such a diverse state. Sussex County is different than Middlesex County. Middlesex County different than Hudson County. So it's so, I wish I could give you a solution, but it's something, in my mind, even the money part of it. Are there enough school psychologists? Somebody told me, is this true? Would anybody know that in the entire state of New Jersey, there were only something like 300 juvenile psychiatrists not associated with hospitals? Is that right? 300 in the whole state? I mean, wow. Yeah, 6 months to get an appointment, yeah. I know a friend whose child was going through 6 months to get an appointment. It's crazy. So, to me, all the other stuff that we're talking about, testing, everything else, this to me is #1, because it's just heartbreaking what's going on with kids. Heartbreaking.
What's the name of the book again?
The body keeps the score.
Keeps the score, right.
The score.
That's like ACEs and adverse childhood experience, and a lot of that is.
I learned, it's not an easy read, full disclosure, but I learned more about trauma by reading that book than I ever imagined.
Senator Thompson, before we move, speak to what the state can do to ease this crisis from your point of view.
To relieve the bullying pressure?
Well, or the mental health, the larger one. I mean, the sense of, these are obviously all district by district, if not school by school and class by class. But, what's the state's role from your point of view?
Well, the state has to assure that the funds are there to be able to get the staff that's necessary to provide the treatment and whatever is needed to take care of these kind of problems.
In addressing this.
From the state's perspective, the primary thing is funding.
Is the funding piece, which we've talked about. I want to open it up. We haven't talked yet about staffing and what, again, the state legislature can do in easing some of the staffing shortages. And I don't know if that's one of your questions. We will get to that, but I certainly want to provide an opportunity. I think we can go to 12:30 or so. If there's questions, raise your hand, and we'll. I don't know where the mics are. Oh, here we go, right here. And there's a couple over here as well.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your interest in helping us. We appreciate you coming before us. My name is Nicole Moore, and I'm a principal in Chemung, New Jersey. We are in Burlington County in the Pinelands. And my question, and some of this does have to do with staffing. I mean, I've been a principal of my school 22 years, and for the first time ever last year, a year ago, December, I was threatened. Threatened verbally on the phone. And I want to let you know, and my association knows, it took over a year and a half for us to get into municipal court for this to be settled. I think that when we're doing our jobs to protect children, that it shouldn't be that difficult for us to do our jobs. I also think that, and I've asked my association to work to get greater accountability for the actions of people that threaten school officials. Mine eventually did get it, and I had to sit through months and months of traffic court. This is where my case was, in traffic court. Our school board attorney wasted time being moved from court to court, delayed. It happened in December of 22, and we got resolution in this past January, I believe it was. So it took that long. And this judge eventually did give him, I mean, it was like weekend jail is what he's going to get in community service, but I'm trying to do my job. So for you to call a school and threaten, and I'm sure I'm not the only one, and I work in a nice rural community, so people don't expect it there, but when we're trying to do our jobs, I feel like we should have greater protections, and we shouldn't be threatened and harassed for trying to follow the law and protect children.
And are you asking about legislation that?
And I'm wondering if
protects-
anybody, and I've been working with our association, and I'd be happy to sit down with anybody, but I would like to ask for legislation that looks at increased punishment, accountability for parents that are threatening school officials when we're just asking to do our jobs and protect their children. It sounds like I'm not the only one.
Anybody want to?
Well, to begin with, I think the legislature, and this would be the Senate, needs to figure out a way to approve judges faster, because I know that the courts are overburdened. And it's not just because of COVID. COVID exacerbated it. But we don't have enough judges sitting, and there's no excuse for a case like that to linger that long. But yours is not the only one. Oh, I'm sure. And I hear this a lot at home, again, because my husband is a retired judge, and he's never been asked to come back. He would go back. And I know that, it takes way too long to get our judges approved and sitting, and people should be heard. And I agree with you. There is absolutely no reason that any educator should feel threatened and not heard for that long.
What about special protections for legislators? Facing these I'm just throwing it out as an idea. Yeah. I'm sorry, not legislators, educators. No, wait, I forget you. But Senator Gopal.
I would say three things. One, on the judges, the Assemblywoman's right. So in New Jersey, governor appoints judges. The Senate has to advise and consent. We're proud in Monmouth County. I'm a Democrat. My colleague, Senator O'Scanlan's a Republican. Every one of our spots is filled. Other counties, even if they're one party, they spend years fighting, and the courts don't go, they don't have judges. We don't have that problem in Monmouth, and we even though we're two different parties, we have we approve everybody immediately. Two, absolutely happy to work with you in the association to take a look at that. Three, we've seen a decline. It's gotten, and I really think it started back when Chris Christie yelled at a teacher 12 years ago, and it just got worse and worse and worse. And now we've got folks coming to board meetings. We've got legislators who want to put cameras in the classroom because they think teachers are doing something wrong. We're in a really bad time, and it's because there are politicians and political groups out there that are saying that teachers are teaching inappropriate things to third graders, even though they can't point to a single school district where it's happening or a single place that it's happening, but they continue to do it to try to divide people, to try to scare parents, to try to get these unwell people who get elected to the Board of Educations, and it's getting to a really dangerous place, and someone is going to end up getting hurt if more parents don't start standing up and don't let these people get elected. Some of these people don't even have kids in the school system. They're there because, for whatever reason, they think something wrong is happening there, and they can't point to it. And it's scary. I've got board members and districts, and I just met with a group of teachers in one of my districts who are scared. They're scared because of the Board of Ed people that are there, because they're targeting teachers. So all of that, if you want to say why we have a staffing issue, that's the number one reason. We've got a bunch of politicians who have politicized, who have completely politicized an entire industry just to try to get some votes out of it, because parents are busy, they're living their lives, they hope they see a Facebook post, and they're scared, and they think the teachers are doing something wrong.
Others want to weigh in? Assemblyman?
No, I was going to say, yeah, I mean, let's face it, it's a different world now. Discipline is the biggest issue, and it's not just the kids, it's the parents. And I'll just say it like it is. I mean, been an athlete my whole life. I still am. I coached for a long time. I was a college athlete, and you learned respect, discipline, work ethic. Even when your coaches and teachers try to teach that, it's not being taught at home. I mean, I'm now an athletic director, and there are no middle school umpires available in our whole area because no one will do it. They're going to cancel all the games because, really, who wants to go out there for $100 and get abused for 2 hours? And the teachers are the same way in the classroom. So it's got to end. And listen, some of our legislation's been really bad and poor. When you tell the police that they can't call a kid's parent for committing a crime or drinking underage or smoking underage or doing whatever they do, it's ridiculous. I mean, I know one thing. I would have rather had the police haul me in to deal with my father when I was a kid. So, yeah, it's the truth, and it's it's a shame that discipline is dissipated, and it's I think a lot of times we need the community, basically community development with parents. Like get-togethers. We get together for staff development and things like that, but we need to have parents in and have a little scared straight with them so that the kids can start being respectful to our teachers, our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, and I'll tell you what, you'll see a lot more people staying in the profession.
Interesting. Great. Thank you, Assemblyman.
Of course, you mentioned the problems of getting the case into court. We do have at the present time a record number of court judicial vacancies. And of course, it's primarily the governor has to nominate and the Senate approves. Well, we're still waiting for the nominees to come in so they get approved.
Yeah, I was going to add that. It's not entirely the Senate moving slowly on this by any means. I think there was, Mary.
Thanks, John. I'm Mary Reese, a former principal in Edison Township, and I currently work here at NJPSA and FEA. I wanted to address the mental health issues that you've brought up and provide a model that really works. At the start of the pandemic, spring 2020, NJPSA and FEA was approached by 4 private funders in the state to design a model that would address trauma and adverse childhood experiences for our schools. So we brought together mental health professionals, educators, some in the room, and we created a model that focuses on the healing aspects of it, healing-centered engagement that addresses trauma and ACEs. So far, we have trained people in more than 80 schools statewide, and we coach them. So the idea was to deal with the adults in the room first, because they've experienced trauma as well, and many of them have high ACE scores, and then do a visioning piece in each of the schools to determine what is being done and what needs to be done differently or more. And another aspect of it is that we've engaged community. Every school that's involved in this project has at least 2 community agencies with them for training and the coaching and part of the visioning. So we've received funding for the past almost 3 years to provide this to these 80 schools throughout the state. And it's a model that's been evaluated, and it works really, really well. So you were asking about what we can do. This is an example of the kind of project that we could replicate with sufficient funding for many schools throughout the state. And I very much appreciate the fact that each of you is seriously interested in the mental health of the adults and the children in our schools. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Did you have, we only have time for 1 or 2 more, so I want to give that opportunity.
Hi, Jessica Smedley, Director of School Counseling in Hillsborough Township Public Schools and immediate past president of New Jersey School Counselors Association, here with my compadres.
I was going to say, it comes with it.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Krente. I'm the president-elect of the New Jersey School Counseling Association.
And I'm Sweetie Patel, Director of School Counseling Services for Carteret Public Schools.
So we're standing up together because we represent, there's 3 of us here. We represent 3 of only approximately 40 school leaders in the state of New Jersey who supervise school counselors and mental health initiatives in our school who have any training in mental health. To this gentleman's point, we have a lot of educators and a lot of educational leaders who have no background and no training. There's no requirement for that training. There's very little support for that training. So that's one piece. You talked about the hub and spoke model, New Jersey 4S, and while we've seen some great stuff, promises, and we're a lot to look out for in these hubs, we've yet to hear a strong connection or to really understand how that's impacting the Department of Education and what that rollout will look like, specifically in communities that have transportation issues, where that will be. So there is no county connection. We have no state representation for mental health initiatives, including school counseling in the state. We have no connection at our county executive superintendent's offices. So this morning I was able to talk with one of the assistant commissioners about trying to get that established. People don't know. And we also know that there are thousands of students in the state of New Jersey who have no access to school counselors. School counselors are the uniquely trained professionals, as many of you in this room know, and some of you may even be school leaders in buildings that don't have school counselors. We're the only mental health professionals in the community and in our schools who provide services to all students. And that starts with prevention, because prevention and early intervention is what helps us raise good kids who will not become their parents who stand up at board meetings, who attack people. We teach these kids to become better citizens. We teach them when there are school counselors in the buildings and we need mental health, it's great to have them in the community and they have a place there, and we absolutely need higher levels of care. But kids and staff members need access to mental health professionals in their building every single day. We have to work on legislation to get these mental health professionals in our buildings, to train our staff, to help our staff members, our administrators, and really build a strong foundation for our kids and their future.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I will say, as a education reporter of too many years to count, the attention to mental health is, surpassed anything I've seen on many issues, and so and certainly thank you for your comments. We have to close up, but I do want to give you all an opportunity, lightning round, again, 1 or 2 sentences.
Can you do one more?
Sure, what the heck?
Before I begin, Senator Thompson, I'm looking for a chemistry teacher in my district. If you want, I'm the director of curriculum. I can interview you in the hallway. A little levity. I'm Anthony Scotto. I'm the director of curriculum and instruction for the Hamilton Township School District in Mercer County. And on a different note, I want to bring something to your attention. As you or your colleagues look to implement more mandates and more standards, I need you to be thinking about what the curriculum development process is like when it's done the right way. And that's all I stand for as a director of curriculum, that it be done the right way. When you give us a mandate or a set of standards, it's our responsibility to unpack them, to read them, to learn them. It is next our responsibility to take a look at them and to decide how will we design learning objectives for our students, suggested activities. With shortage of staff, sometimes I cannot get substitutes to have teachers to write this curriculum, so I then ask them to stay after school, and I don't think anybody should work for free, so I will pay those teachers to do that work. What I'm trying to point out is the curriculum development process is a very important one. And if we have deadlines to follow from the Department of Ed of when standards need to be updated or implemented, and then a broadcast memo comes through with a little curveball that this needs to be implemented effective September, and it is now March, how can we maintain the fidelity of the curriculum development process? I ask that you be mindful of that. Keep in mind that we are working hard behind the scenes to implement these standards, these mandates, and do it right. Thank you very much.
I want to give you all an opportunity to say some final words. The takeaways that you think you want to leave this audience in terms of, you know, the legislature's role on a host of these issues. There are too many to count. But why don't I'll start with you, Senator Thompson. Again, a couple sentences, but I want to certainly give you the final word.
Thank you. Well, we recognize the challenges you're facing today as a consequence of COVID and what effect it had on your education programs and your teaching and so on. And of course, those problems are continuing. That developed even more mental problems for the children than they had before because they faced that. We greatly appreciate the job that you're doing out there each and every day. I did, as they say, teach a few years, and back one year when the schools were closed in Little Rock, Arkansas, I taught algebra in private schools, and I had a graduate teaching assistantship when I was working on my doctorate degree, so I taught freshman and sophomore chemistry. So I know what you're going through there, and I'm here anytime I can be of help. Don't hesitate to call. I'm a full-time legislator, but I have announced that at the end of this year, I will be stepping down. My wife will be 91 next month, and I think I need to be home. I think I need to be home giving her 24/7 care, so that's what I'll be doing after this year.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gopal.
Thank you all for being here. I learned a lot. Our staff took a lot of notes. Happy to chat with anyone offline. Also, thank you, John. I learn a lot from reading John's articles. I guess not a good sign for the legislature, but I read a lot, learning from John and his colleagues. We're fortunate in New Jersey that we have folks like New Jersey Spotlight and some of these other folks that are covering education, because a lot of states, unfortunately, don't have that with the declining press. My two colleagues here are incredible. They're going to be a real loss for the state. Both Assemblywoman JC and Senator Thompson are stepping down at the end of the terms, especially on higher ed. The Assemblywoman is going to be sorely missed. A lot of important issues, a lot to focus on. I know it's frustrating. We spend a lot of our time in our office trying to get clarity from different state agencies. We won't name all of them, DOE. We have a good working relationship with the commissioner staff, but there is obviously a lot of back and forth, and I get it. And for us, it's not easy. I know the problems are frustrating because you guys are there, you're on the front lines, you're having trouble, but it's hard sometimes to get a bill out of committees, get 41 votes and 21 votes in both houses, and then get the governor maybe to veto the bill, and then we send it back. It's not an easy process, and we got to navigate different regional interests. Senator Dworkin, nearly every town in his district actually gained funding, but he's been incredible with me because he recognizes that this is not just about one area of the state. And hopefully we can get more of our colleagues to see that on these different issues. So my deep appreciation for what you do each and every day. I can't imagine how hard it is and how hard it is right now. So thank you.
Good. Thank you.
I would add one more statement.
A quick addendum, but make it quick.
When I step down in January, it will mark 50 years of service to the citizens of New Jersey. I started January 31, 1972.
Assemblywoman JC.
I can't
Final
top
words.
that. It's true. I will also be stepping down. However, my interest in what is happening in the schools in this state will not end, and I hope that I'll be able to continue to work with the department, but also with people that I know in different districts that I hear from on a regular basis. Someone mentioned being on the school board. I served on the school board in South Orange, Maplewood for 8 years, and before I went to the Assembly. It is a very, very difficult job, and I am really, really concerned about some of the things that are happening on boards now, and how that impacts our districts. We have a really excellent school system here, and that requires each and every one of you, but it also requires people coming into the pipeline to be teachers, to be educators, to be counselors, to be school nurses, and you know, and I'm worried about what is happening because of social media, because of how easy it is for people to attack and be invisible, and to impact the morale of the people who are educating our children. Now, my 3 kids got great educations here, and I'm happy to say all 3 of them still live in New Jersey and are raising their children, my grandchildren, who range from 1 to 14. So I hear from them on a regular basis. They're all in public school or daycare, and I hear from them on a regular basis. So I'm well aware of the things that are happening out there. We need more people to step up, speak out. Those of you who are teaching, I know you don't have time to do anything else, and administrators, but encourage some of your neighbors or people you know. Instead of complaining, get some of the better people to run for the school board and to run for the legislature, because we're only as good as the people who make up these different groups. And, you know, we can work together, we do work together, but we don't have all the answers. We need to hear from you. You need to know who your representative is, who they are, and you need to talk to them. And when you talk to them, come with solutions, not just issues.
Great.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Dworkin?
I've been at this a long time. I knew when he was Jonathan. You know the old expression, every crisis is an opportunity? We all admit these are really challenging times, really challenging times, and disheartening in a lot of ways, but also an opportunity. Hey, school counselor, when I was back in school, a school counselor did nothing but give you advice as to college. It's a different world now today. Right. And people, hey, I can tell you in my neighborhood, when I was a kid, kids that were being abused by parents and et cetera, everybody just pulled down the shades and didn't pay any attention to it. So at least we as a society at this particular point realize this is something that we have to deal with. And your input is essential. You guys are on the front line. You deal with it every day. And as we just talked about, please reach out to us. Let us know. And by the way, these 2 will be missed. Yeah. Will really be missed. I was thinking about Ronnie Rice before, too. The good news is New Jersey's legislature, thank God, is not like Washington, D.C. We all respect each other. We all get along. There's none of this pettiness. We try and come together. I think you've sensed it here on the panel today. So I'm really honored to serve down there, and I'm honored to represent you, but please reach out to us with suggestions. Don't hesitate. And thanks for doing this. Thank you for doing this.
You get the final word.
Save the best for last?
Exactly.
All right. Well, I'm one of you, so I've 30 years of my life teaching for, 18, and administrator for 12, and somewhere in there was 14 years of coaching. But it's important to be supported, and I know, you know, it's all about supporting the kids. That's the #1 priority, but also teachers need to be supported by their administrators. Administrators need to be supported by their community and families, and I just, you know, any outreach you can do to let people know what you're doing in your school, to educate them, because a lot of the teachers that call up and threaten people and do these things have no idea what administrators and teachers are doing every day in that school to help kids. So keep doing what you're doing. God bless you, and have a great rest of the school year.
I want to thank our panelists again, because it was wonderful. I'm sure all of them are willing and available to speak with you. Some may have to run out, but really do reach out. I know them all, and they do, you know, they're authentic in saying they want to hear from you. I also will leave some cards here if there are things that you think that are you know, worthy of good stories, statewide stories or local stories.
Already.
What's that?
She gave you Newark already.
At Newark, yes. And I won't quote your daughter, I promise.
No, my sister. Don't
So,
quote
is your sister? So I will leave some cards up here, but thank you all for listening. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Sit down, lady. Thank you, Senator. If they want, some have to go, but I think Pat's staying. Okay. So I'm adding my voice of thanks to our panelists and to all of you for that great conversation. I think you can see what a great representation we have in education with the legislators that are with us today. What I would like to do is share a recent experience with you, and its relevance will become apparent pretty quickly. Have you ever had the experience where you're going along in your workday and suddenly you get a piece of news that you know is going to shake up your world a little bit and probably not for the better? Well, I have, and it happened pretty recently. So in the niche world of education lobbying, all of us who work in this field stay in touch pretty frequently. We share legislation, positions, amendments, and we text each other a lot. So on February 7th, I received a text from the education crew, and the content of the message was that Assemblywoman Jaycee had decided to retire at the end of her current term in office. Well, for everyone in this room who has worked with Mila, you know that our hearts sank at that moment. Don't get me wrong, we're very happy for you, Assemblywoman Jaycee, but the simple truth is that you are well respected, well loved, and so effective in your work that no one inside this room wants you to go. But we're not going to be selfish. Instead, we're going to honor you today. We're going to honor your public service and your lifelong dedication to public education, to students, and to educators. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about Mila. You've heard a lot today. So during the 42 years that NJPSA has been a statewide association, we have only given the Distinguished Achievement Award in Education 3 times. We've given it to Senator Joe Palea, we've given it to John Rocco, former principal, and to former Speaker Joe Doria. Today, I'm proud to present it to you. Let me tell you about her career. Assemblywoman Mila Jaycee was first elected in 2007 and is currently serving her 7th term of office alongside with her partners in office, Assemblyman John McKeon and former Governor Dick Cody. Mila has been chosen by her legislative peers to serve in many leadership positions, including her current roles as Deputy Speaker, Chair of the Higher Ed Committee, Vice Chair of the Education Committee, Co-Chair of the Joint Committee on the Public Schools, and as a member of Aging and Senior Services Committee. As you've heard, Assemblywoman Jaycee believes in the power of public service. Prior to running for the Assembly, Mila served her community as a former public health nurse who provided comprehensive services and preventative care to individuals and families in underserved communities. She also understands the power of public education, and she served as a member of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education for 3 terms, including 2 years as president, and during that time, she also served as a member of the PTA for many years, including service as its president. I knew you'd like that. In 2007, she expanded her reach and was elected to the General Assembly, and we know now about those yard signs. So she has spent the next 16 years making the lives of New Jersey citizens better. She's been recognized for her work in many areas, including housing and tenant rights, health issues, including traumatic brain injury, postpartum depression, dyslexia screening, gun safety, the prevention of homelessness, reproductive rights, human trafficking, and higher ed accessibility.
During the Assemblywoman's tenure, she has been the prime sponsor of dozens of bills that have been signed into law by 4 different governors. We in the world of pre-K to 12 education can thank Assemblywoman Jaycee for her work on numerous bills that became laws that have increased opportunities for our students and enhanced your professional lives. These include the 2010 Interdistrict Public School Choice Law, the establishment of programs to address math and science teacher shortages, a pilot program on later start times for high school students, the establishment of community schools, and this year Governor Murphy is funding it for the first time in the state budget, the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights, other enhanced protections for LGBTQ students, the removal of the superintendent's salary cap law, instituted by Governor Christie way back when, preschool expansion efforts, and current legislation that would eliminate the high school exit exam, as well as current law that eliminated the EdTPA law, the EdTPA exam this year. These are just a few of her many legislative accomplishments. So one of the reasons that Assemblywoman Jaycee has mentioned for her retirement is her family. And knowing the Assemblywoman, I know how true this is. Mila is dedicated to her 3 children, her 7 grandchildren, her husband Neil, and her beloved 98-year-old mom, Pauline, fondly known as Miss Polly, I hear. If you ever have seen a photo of Assemblywoman's Thanksgiving table, it is a long table, and everyone is smiling. So I include in Mila's family her devoted staff, her newest member, Elijah Mann, Lindy Wilson, her former policy analyst who brought education policy discussions to very high levels, Rebecca DiBenedetto and Ivy Pomper of the Joint Committee, and the incomparable Mary Thoreau, who has worked with Assemblywoman Jaycee tirelessly for many years and who adds a level of political savvy and fun to the entire operation. So in closing, the most important thing I would like to share about our honoree today is that Assemblywoman Jaycee has always led with intelligence, with integrity, with thoughtfulness, and with her caring heart. These are the traits of an excellent lawmaker and one that I have been honored to work with. I'm getting a little choked up there. We will all sorely miss you next legislative session. So please join me in celebrating this wonderful woman, Mila Jaycee.
Well, I want you to know that the decision that I made was not an easy one to make. But as I've told a number of people recently, I know that it was the right decision because I am feeling a sense of relief as well as sadness because I've worked with many of you in this room for many years. And I will always be there for you. I find that at this point in my life, my husband has retired 3 times. And he's still waiting for me. We've been married over 50 years at this point. And here's a fun fact. We met on a blind date, arranged by, he's very shy, arranged by his best friend. We got married a year later, and it worked out really well. My mom is 98. I'm the second of 11 children, but only 2 girls. And her care has really fallen to me and my sister, who's living with us now, but she's teaching full-time, as you probably heard. She is mentally very much there, but physically, she is really failing. And while I have people who come in to help her, that's not what she wants. She would like for me to, she would never ask me to stop doing what I'm doing, but every morning when I leave, she wants to know when I'm coming back. And she's lived a really, really interesting life, and I want to record her stories. I've tried to hire people to do it. She doesn't really talk to them. But she has a lot of wisdom to share and a lot of great stories. And I believe that family is the most important thing. It certainly is in my life. I am so blessed with not just my mom, but my siblings and my children, our children, and our grandchildren. And I find that for me to do the job I want to do in the legislature, I simply don't have enough time to spend with my family. And so this is a very personal choice and a very difficult choice, because I love working with all of you. I know how important the work you do every day is. But I want you to know that I'm not going away anywhere. I'm certainly available if you want to share an idea for legislation or something like that. I still have lots of people in the legislature that I can work with and will make suggestions to. But this is something, being honored by you is very, very special to me, because I admire the work that you do every day. I truly do. And I will tell you one other quick thing. I actually wanted to be a teacher. But when I graduated from college in 1972 in New York City, they were laying teachers off. And I had school loans that I knew I was going to have to pay back. And so I went into nursing. And I found a program in New York City where if you had a college degree in anything, you could apply and earn your master's in nursing. And that's what I did. And it was really interesting because the 50 students in my class came from all over, and we were all different ages and had different backgrounds. And I thought this was such a unique way to bring people into the profession. And so I became a nurse, and one of the things I learned was I really did not like hospitals. And that's why I became a public health nurse, because it gave me the opportunity to teach. The families that I was able to go and visit in East Orange needed information, and it was a great experience, and I don't regret it at all. But I'm really, really happy that my daughter and my sister are teachers. My mother was actually a college professor many, many years ago. And so, you know, I feel like I've come full circle, and I will miss all of you, but I hope you'll invite me to some of your events so that I can come and share in your joy and also in your frustrations. But my office will still be open. Please let us know if you have ideas for things, and I will pass them on. Mary's going to be there. We'll pass them on to the woman who is taking over my job. And she is actually a very good friend of mine. She's been a supporter for many years. So I know that she will do a great job as well. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I am Tom Maccagnano, President-elect of NJPSA and the very proud principal of the Dr. Ronald E. McNair High School in Jersey City. It is my pleasure to introduce our final speaker of today's program. March is a unique time in the political world, not just in the world of basketball, with our governor giving his budget address, legislators filing petitions, and schools receiving state aid figures. Here to make sense out of the topics of budgets, education, well, hopefully sense, and politics is NJPSA's own trusted friend and guide, Dr. Ben Dworkin of the Rowan Institute of Public Policy and Citizenship. As one of New Jersey's most astute and widely quoted political analysts, he serves as a nonpartisan commentator on political developments in New Jersey and nationally. In addition to the phenomenal work he does with students at Rowan, Dr. Ben Dworkin also has appeared on numerous network and cable news shows and is frequently quoted by all of New Jersey's major newspapers and radio stations, as well as the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, USA Today, the Chicago Tribune, and the Los Angeles Times. It is my pleasure to welcome and turn our attention to Dr. Ben Dworkin.
Thank you so much, Tom. I really only, anytime somebody says those kinds of nice things, you really just hope your students were there to hear it. Like, they actually might believe you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's an honor to be with you here all today. I hope to get through this and keep you engaged and thinking about something besides the lunch that awaits you. I know we're running behind. It's not my fault that your stomach's grumbling, just we're behind. So I appreciate your indulgence. Because our politics today is challenging. Educational politics is challenging. The issues are changing and varied and all over the map. And so as I was preparing for today and everything we might want to talk about, I was reminded of an old joke, a very old joke, about the effort to build the Holland Tunnel in the 1920s between New Jersey and New York City. And as the project started to take shape, they put out a request for bids. One bid was for $240 million. Another was for $300 million. Another for about $275 million. And these are 1920 dollars to build a tunnel. And then there was one bid for $100,000. Now, so the people overseeing the project were shocked, but felt obligated for the sake of due diligence to investigate. And so they went to the firm of Armstrong and Jones. And they go to their offices and they knock on the door. And Jones answered, because Armstrong was away for the day. How can you dig this tunnel for that price? Simple, says Jones. Armstrong will take a shovel and he'll go to the New York side and he'll start digging. I will take a shovel and I'll dig from the New Jersey side. The committee is incredulous. This is ridiculous. What if you don't even meet? And Jones says, so then you'll have two tunnels. We have a lot to try to cover today, and truthfully, it's a little bit all over the place, but hopefully we'll meet in the middle. That's our goal. What I'd like to do for you in the time that I have is to assess today, where we are today, by understanding some of the lessons we've learned over the past few years, because it's those lessons that are shaping the politics of today, and particularly 2023. The lessons that we've experienced come in three areas: the legacy of the pandemic, the 2021 elections, and the 2022 elections. And then I'll suggest some ways in which those lessons shape, again, what we can expect in the education debate in New Jersey this year. So let's begin with the legacy of the pandemic. Indeed, this week marks 3 years since we shut everything down. And as I put that down on paper, I was like, that was 3 years ago? And on one hand, it seems like last week, and on the other hand, it seems like that was forever ago. There are many lessons that we can take from having survived the brunt of COVID-19, but I'd like to suggest that we focus on 3 of them for today. And the first lesson is this: healthcare workers and public safety professionals are not the only frontline workers. Our teachers, our principals, and supervisors are frontline critical workers and must be treated as such. When you shut down, the whole state shuts down. And not a lot of people realized that back in 2020. Emergency planners policymakers, I don't think they truly appreciated the role you played until after they were well into it. And so all the prioritization of anybody who's working in a hospital needs to be vaccinated first. All these people need extra resources. We have to help them. And no one was understanding how an operational state, just the existence of society, relies on its children being able to be educated and moving in and out in a way so that parents can go to work. All of those things, no one addressed that. No one thought about it. No one said, well, what do we need to do to make that happen? That was a lesson we've learned. So let me say right here, thank you. Thank you for your creativity, your perseverance, your steadfast dedication to your colleagues, to your communities, to all of our kids. And that lesson is an important one, that the school personnel are frontline workers too and deserve to be treated better. Second lesson from the pandemic. We have a laptop economy. As I'm looking out at a gazillion little things and people. Now you might be, buying something on eBay while I'm talking, but I understand. I handle this in college too. We all understand that we live in an information age. But when the pandemic hit, it was like the waters of a flood receding, and you finally saw what was the real dividing lines on the bottom and the things that separate us as a society. And one of those major dividing lines was whether you used a laptop at work. Because if you did, or you could adapt to using one to do your work, then you most likely kept your job. And if you didn't, then you were out of work and you were out of luck. Teachers, professors, bankers, analysts, traders, we, for the most part, stayed employed. We had to work from home, but because we could do the work on a laptop, we were able to keep our jobs. If you worked at the mall, if you worked in pretty much anywhere in retail or hospitality, it was a different story. The laptop economy also has an economic, a class prism laid on top of it. Because people who use their laptops to do the work tend to, not always, tend to make more money than people who don't. And since New Jersey has a rather progressive tax structure, that is, those who make more money pay more money, state revenues didn't fall the way we all sort of anticipated they were going to fall when we shut down the state 3 years ago. So when poorer New Jerseyans are laid off and wealthier New Jerseyans who use laptops to do their work stay employed, the state is still able to collect its money. And New Jersey's treasury is now flush, unlike any other time in recent history, certainly. At least the last 40 years, if you were looking at it percentage-wise. The result of a laptop economy. Third lesson from the pandemic that I'd like to highlight is this. Everybody's got an opinion on education, especially when you see it in action. And here's what I mean. My wife and I are engaged in the education of our 3 girls, but outside of an occasional email here or there, personally, I did not engage with my children's teachers outside of official events like back-to-school nights, PTA meetings, a parent-teacher conference. That happened a few times a year. But once the classroom was in my kitchen, I got to see a lot more. I got to hear a lot more. And for many parents, it was hard to ignore because everybody's got an opinion on education. So the rise in mobilized parents across the country, not just here in New Jersey, is not just a function, as Senator Gopal rightly pointed out, of groups manipulating communities, but it's also because parents were, in many cases, for the first time, looking over the shoulder of their child while they were teaching for months on end. Now, this is incredibly unfair to school personnel who are trying to adapt to how to teach on a Zoom. So you're looking at me, it's like a performer saying, don't judge me, last night was terrible, it was I had a sore throat, that was the wrong, I didn't want you to see that night, I wasn't at my best when you put me in front of a classroom. But here we have parents, everybody's got an opinion, and they were literally just hearing the conversation go on. That's part of what's happening here. Now, this year, as I'm sure I came in the tail end, but I'm sure they mentioned it, this year's an election year, in New Jersey. All 120 seats in the state legislature are going to be up for grabs. And so the issues and debates in education in New Jersey in 2023 are also going to be shaped not just by the lessons of the pandemic, but by the lessons from the last two elections. We start with 2021, our last state election. Now, there are two schools of thought about how to understand the 2021 elections, which you might recall ended up with Phil Murphy getting reelected by a solid, though smaller than expected, margin, and Democrats losing a handful of seats in the legislature, but still retaining majorities, strong majorities, solid majorities in both houses. Now, the first school of thought, perhaps best articulated by the state Senate President, Nick Scutari, is that Democratic losses were because the party veered too far from the center, that people thought the party's leaders were not focused enough on kitchen table issues. And thus, affordability becomes the zeitgeist in Trenton, the buzzword in the capital that brings focus and direction to everyone's agenda. Affordability is like quality. Yeah, we're interested in affordability all the time. I mean, it's not new. It's always been tough to make ends meet here in New Jersey. It's an expensive state. But since we are all taxpayers, let us not begrudge the fact that they're focusing on affordability and just move on and say thank you. Now, the second school of thought that comes out of the 2021 election, which I pretty much will admit was the Dworkin school of thought, argued that the 2021 elections were about COVID and therefore really an outlier. It was the first election where New Jerseyans got to vent their anger over lockdowns, over closures, over an unemployment insurance system that the state had that simply could not handle the demand, over their children's learning loss and social stagnation, over all of it. And since the Democrats were in control of this state, the Democrats took the brunt of their voter backlash. Thank you. It wasn't enough. Certainly, there wasn't enough anger to flip the state. There are a lot more Democrats in New Jersey today than there are Republicans. We're talking about 1 million more registered Democrats than registered Republicans. Now, 15 years ago, that number was 260,000. It's now grown to 1 million. It's a lot more Democrats now. So it wasn't enough to flip the state, but it was enough to knock off then State Senate President Steve Sweeney, sending shockwaves throughout the political world. And my point here is that Steve Sweeney didn't lose his seat because he became too progressive. He lost his seat because people who never show up to legislative elections were ticked off, and they showed up. They showed up in presidential elections. They voted for Donald Trump. They were people who felt that was a message that appealed to them. Did they ever show up in legislative elections before? No. And in Steve Sweeney's district, which is Gloucester, Salem counties, 12,000 of them showed up. Steve Sweeney, who won by 10,000 votes a few years before, loses by 2,000 votes. He got the same number of votes he had when he won with 60%. It's just that all these people showed up. Now, again, I like to think that I have a school of thought, and I'm a professor. It's nice to be people who listen to me, but that doesn't always happen. If you're Nick Scutari and you're the state Senate president, you say affordability is the lesson, then that's the lesson that we now have to deal with. And so that is where we are. A second lesson from 2021 is that the party's national brand will affect its state brand as well. In 2021, we learned that when national Democrats are perceived poorly, it rubs off on state Democrats too. And this was surprising, as Senator Dworkin, I think, was the one who mentioned it in the panel, because we're very much an island from Washington craziness in terms of politics. The kind of dysfunction and the lack of compromise and camaraderie and coalition building that you find in Washington, D.C. has not infected New Jersey's political system. Despite all of our faults, and there are plenty in Garden State politics, we actually get things done because we don't incentivize the demonization of the other side. We don't, not the way they do in Washington. And so if we hearken back to 2021, Democrats in Washington were at their lowest point heading into the fall when we were about to have New Jersey's elections. Recall that the Biden administration started out strong. They showed up in Washington in January of 2021 and were given generally good marks for rolling out COVID vaccines and pushing through the pandemic relief funding. Shots in your arm, checks in your pocket. But we had then, by the summer, 6 months later, the debacle of the withdrawal from Afghanistan, the scourge of inflation, which was 1.7% when Biden took office, was steadily rising. And despite unified control of the House, the Senate, and the White House, albeit with small majorities, Democrats were coming across as the gang that couldn't shoot straight. You remember back then, they couldn't pass the infrastructure bill. They couldn't pass any of the Inflation Act things that they eventually did. But back then, in September and October, heading into the 2021 election season here in New Jersey, the headlines were about Democrats yelling at each other and screaming, and this one's going back and that one, and we can't cut a deal. And so when you have New Jersey Democrats, led by Governor Murphy, arguing that they had steered the ship through the storm, they were not getting as much credit as they expected for their own competence, because Washington Democrats were looking utterly incompetent. Now, most observers believe that the drag on New Jersey Democratic candidates was at least 2 to 3 points in the polls, simply because congressional Democrats were so out of favor. And so this becomes a lesson for us in 2023. Finally, I'd like to suggest to you that there's one in particular lesson from the 2022 elections that will shape our educational politics this year. It seems like a lifetime ago, but it was actually just 5 months when many of us were stunned by the congressional races of 2022. Democrats overperformed, Republicans underperformed for a number of reasons. A 5-seat majority for the Democrats in the House becomes a 5-seat majority for the Republicans in the House. And the Senate, that had been expected to move solidly into the red column, actually became more Democratic by a single vote, moving from 50-50 to 51-49. So what's the lesson here? We remain a bitterly divided, and in fact, evenly divided country. Over the last 30 years, one of the starkest political developments has been the growth in hyper-partisanship. And you can blame your cell phones and social media, you can blame 24/7 cable news. Any number of different things have developed, have contributed to this. But this growth in hyper-partisanship has hollowed out the political center. The political center where our institutions, whether they are businesses, whether they are educational systems, rely on the political center to give them stature and strength in order to do their jobs. As one of your members said, I just want to be able to do my job. You need a political center in order to do that. And what has happened in the last 30 years is that we've lost that. Think of it, I mentioned this image before in speaking to this group, so some of you might have heard it, but it's still worth mentioning again. We grew up, you took a civics class, you took AP, APUSH, or whatever it was in your school, and you taught that if you were to diagram the American electorate, it looks like a bell curve. It's this, most people are a little right of center, a little left of center, people in there, and there are folks out on the extremes. That's what the American electorate was. Think of it as a one-hump camel. And what we've become is a two-hump camel. And we have moved aside. We watch different TV, we read different papers, we follow different things. If you don't have anybody who really disagrees with you on your Facebook page, and I talk to an audience that is a little bit older, and so I understand you actually might still have Facebook pages, as opposed to my students who are like, what's that? But, you know, we tend to congregate with people who agree with us. And so if you're somebody who really doesn't like Donald Trump, you don't have a lot of like pro-Trump people on your Facebook page. You just don't. And vice versa. So we have become this two-hump camel, and that kind of division is reinforced. And not only have we separated, but those two humps are basically the same size. Think of the numbers. In 2016, a shift of 80,000 votes, and we're talking out of 170 million cast. 80,000 votes in 3 states, and we would have had President Hillary Clinton. In 2020, a shift of 45,000 votes in a race that had more Americans vote than ever before in the history of the Republic. 45,000 votes shifted in 3 states, and we would have had 4 more years of President Trump. In 2022, this trend continued. A switch of 3,500 votes across the nation in just 5 congressional districts, and you would have had Speaker Nancy Pelosi. That is how evenly we divided are. And we tend to forget that because we live in a state like New Jersey, which I just said has become much more democratic. But it is out there, and what this kind of division might not seem as hardened in a blue state like New Jersey, but it makes a difference in even the smallest communities because it becomes that much harder to find common ground. Because the people who are on the other side of whatever side you're arguing don't see where they all come together. It doesn't make sense to folks in this kind of political environment. So we have all these lessons that we've learned from the past 2 elections and from going through the pandemic, and I'd suggest to you today that we should think of them as factors, as ingredients that will shape the flavor of some of the big debates that we will be having in education this year. And one of those debates is school funding. The governor's budget proposal for fiscal year 24 marks the 6th year of a 7-year phase-in to fully funding New Jersey's school funding formula. This is hard to explain to my students, much less parents and taxpayers, but as you know, the basic idea is this. For about 100 years, we have been arguing about how to give every community an equal shot at quality education. And this happened well before the modern era of school funding formulas. Happened when we used to just have every school was its own, every building was its own school district. So one town with 5 schools would have 5 school districts. So the wealthy neighborhood had the nice school, and the poorer neighborhood had the poor school. And the moment the legislature in the 1890s said, hey, let's have everybody in one town pay for one school district, as we all understand it to be today, what those rich, wealthy neighborhoods, they said, oh, you know what? We're going to use an even more obscure law from the mid-1800s, and we're going to become our own town. Bergen County, where I'm from, 24 towns were created between 1894 and 1895. There were only 70 towns in the whole place. I mean, but that, and then they changed the law. That was one of those things. But all of this is saying that we have gone through a century of fighting about school funding. And what does thorough and efficient mean? So the School Financing Reform Act, SIFRA, is passed and signed by Governor John Corzine, and it has as its basic principle, the money follows the student. You could be the wealthiest overall neighborhood, but if you got 10 kids who are getting reduced lunch or free lunch and are qualified at that kind of thing, then you get extra money for those 10 kids. Some schools have more, some schools have, but that was the thing. And that was deemed by the court to be constitutional, if fully funded. Of course, a year or so later, and we had the Great Recession. And so now there was no money. Governor Christie made the choice to cut over $1 billion in education. And over the next few years of the Christie administration, the guide was just don't give everybody the same amount they got last year. Don't get anybody less. At least hold them harmless, keep them there. And here's the problem with that. You can't get around this. People move. They do. And so you end up with a situation where some school populations go up and some school populations go down, which under the theory of the formula was supposed to adjust the aid you got. But we're holding everybody harmless. So some schools are seeing significant drops in their populations, and in theory, at least according to the formula, they were supposed to be adjusted in terms of their aid accordingly. And some schools were getting huge increases in population, and we're getting no more money, even though they've got 200 more students or more in their districts, and some of you may be there. And so over time, that system was so far out of whack that we had to come up with this 7-year plan to try to ramp things up. And my point here is that even that as we might praise $10.75 billion in school funding for K through 12 education, an increase of $830 million, and that is a big number. There are still some schools being shortchanged, and there are some who are receiving more than they might officially receive under the formula. And more importantly, school funding brings us back to that lesson that affects it of affordability. You know, during its first term, the Murphy administration's response to anybody who was asked about, well, what are you doing about New Jersey's highest in the nation property taxes? They point to their increases in school aid. The more school aid we provide, the more we subsidize property taxes. The more we subsidize property taxes, the more affordable we make New Jersey. So as long as we're funding schools, or doing more to fund schools, it's as if we're giving you a property tax break. The second term of the Murphy administration is now expanded its property tax relief efforts through the Anchor rebate program. Now, there are lots of political reasons why you initiate this kind of tax rebate program, but it only makes sense logistically because New Jersey is flush with cash. The laptop economy lesson. We are flush because we live in that kind of economy combined with our progressive tax structure. Indeed, we are so flush right now, and that when several legislators, including Senator Gopal, in competitive districts complained about cuts in their towns, in their districts, voila, $102 million was found right away. And it got passed. It's passed the Senate already, passed the Assembly Appropriations Committee yesterday. This is moving forward. Does it fully restore the cuts? No, but something is better than nothing. Now, another major issue that's going to be part of this discussion on Education New Jersey as we move forward for the rest of this year is the labor shortage, particularly teaching labor shortage. You have all seen this, and you are not alone. With 3.3% unemployment, which we should understand is as low as it's been in the last 20 years. And it's only because I couldn't quite get the numbers for 25 years ago that I can tell you. It might have been lower than that. But this is historically low. So everybody is facing a challenge of trying to find workers. School districts are not immune. Indeed, it's harder to find workers because, as you've now been talking about, it's tough to be a teacher these days. So we might have learned the lesson that educators are frontline workers too. But we also need to accept that it takes a certain temperament and a tough skin to be on the front line these days. It's tough, in part, because some of these other lessons I cited. First, we have a very divided nation. And second, parents are being mobilized, in some cases manipulated, in a different way than in recent past. Shaping minds, giving back to the community, this was the dream of all of us. We all started as teachers. We wanted to be teachers. This is why you go into education, because you knew you could have that impact on a child. Those dreams for a younger generation are being tempered by the bitterness of our politics writ large. Now, there is a governor's task force on public school staff shortages in New Jersey. It issued a preliminary report which was really designed to emphasize the $20 million that the governor put into his proposed budget a few weeks ago that is going to try and address the teacher shortage. It's a little bit, it helps with a few different things, but we'll see. There's going to be more to that report eventually. This is a complicated issue, and it's going to get a lot more attention as we move through the year. Look, there are many of us, I'm sure most of us in this room, who want to see schools as shining cathedrals, as educators paid like Wall Street executives. And the usual excuse for not doing any of that is because we don't have the money. Except for now, this proposed budget has a $10 billion surplus. That's billion with a B. Overall, the biggest question in Trenton over the next few months right now is this: is $10 billion too much? Could we live with $9 billion? And what could you do with $1 billion? Now, everybody's got an idea on how to spend money, because like education, everyone's got an opinion on that too. But that is part of where we are right now. So are you gonna put money more to the Schools Development Authority and take care of some of these century-old or older school buildings that we have in some of our urban areas? Are you gonna put more money into healthcare? Are you gonna put more money into New Jersey Transit? I mean, everybody's got an opinion here, but that money is available for the first time Usually we're talking about constricting. We have to make decisions, tough decisions, because we don't have the cash. And now we do. So what do you do with it? That is the question. And this debate is weird because, like I said, we haven't had this kind of question in about 40 years in this state. It's an entirely new game. So I've mentioned school funding, teacher shortage. Final issue that I suggest we're going to be seeing is over the question over curriculum. And largely this is about sex education, but let's not kid ourselves, it does not stop there. If parents are demanding the opportunity to opt their child out of health class, then why shouldn't we expect them to demand that they get to opt out of science class? Because you're teaching evolution. Why shouldn't we expect them to opt out of history class? Because you're teaching about the legacy of slavery. There's no reason to think one is not going to lead to the other. If some books are banned and deemed offensive because they share stories of different kinds of families, then why won't other books be banned too? Because they also violate one's sense of propriety or religious belief. You know, at one point, the most popular books in this country were the Harry Potter books, just all of them, 1 through 7. And the most widely banned books in this country at the exact same time were the Harry Potter books. That is where we find ourselves. People might not see the equivalency of Harry Potter and My Two Dads, but they are in a lot of different ways. And so we need to be very cautious as we head into this debate. Next week, the House of Representatives will be putting up a parental Bill of Rights for a vote. It will pass. It's not going to become law, but it will give legitimacy and normalcy to the ideas behind that bill. And that will strengthen those voices around the state in your districts that will challenge the educational content of your school curricula. This is how the National Party brand, that lesson about how Washington can shape what's happening here. The National Party brand is going to affect New Jersey politics. Over the coming year, it's going to be harder and harder to dismiss these curriculum challenges to our educational system. In many cases, those complaining are woefully misinformed, and in many cases, innocent parents are being deliberately misled. But that doesn't mean that any of us in any community where these attacks emerge will be able to easily cast them aside. In many ways, what we're going to need right now is a new public education effort. How fortunate we are in that very business. That's what we do. We have to, but now it's not just your students you're gonna have to educate, you've got to educate your parents. And you've got to educate everybody about what is and what is not going on. Because if Vin Gopal is the only one who can sit here and say confidently, this, you cannot point to any place this is happening, and somebody who heard something or found something is saying it, you've got to be able to say that too. You've got to tell your friends and your communities so they understand it as well. What I tried to do today is to offer for your consideration several lessons that are shaping education politics today. From the legacy of the pandemic, we have 3 lessons. Schools and those who make them run are frontline workers. The laptop economy has allowed New Jersey to emerge flush with cash, and parents got a front row seat to their children's education during the shutdown, and therefore they have opinions. From the 2021 elections, we have 2 lessons. Affordability is what people care about. National party politics shapes how people think about state politics. And from the 2022 election, we have the lesson that we are a divided country, with each side being about the same size, relatively speaking, as the other side across the nation. All of these lessons are going to shape education politics this year as we debate school funding, as we debate a shortage of educators, and we debate the vocal minority of parents who have concerns about educational content. To be sure, it is a challenging time, but I'd suggest to you it is your time. You are the leaders. And this conference will surely make you better ones, and you will help us move forward. I'd like to end just with something my late father used to share with me. Benny would say, always remember this, in the vast history of the world, no one has ever washed a rented car. I was about 9 when he told me this. I was like, what? No one has ever washed a rented car. This is a lesson we can really remember, because you can't rent democracy or the system of public education that makes it work. It's not something you borrow and return. To make democracy work, every citizen, those in this room and our constituencies of parents and citizens in our towns who support our budgets, everyone has to take ownership, even if you don't have kids in the schools. Everyone has to take ownership in our schools, in our communities, in our state, in our nation. You can't rent this. When we connect with all of the additional owners of democracy, we will then have the team that will take our state and your schools and our children forward. Thank you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. We're running late, everyone's hungry, so it's up to you guys whether you want to do it. But I'm happy to answer a question if anybody's got, if they allow it.
Go ahead.
Did you say $10
$10
billion?
billion, yes. Now, we should just understand, look, in 2008, 2009, when the Great Recession hit, on a $30 billion budget, we lost, just the revenue dropped out of the bottom there, and we lost about $6 billion in expected revenue. So that's about 20%. We're at a $50 billion budget. So 20% is about 10%, and that'll be the justification by a lot of people who defend this. We're at a much bigger budget. We want to have about a 20%. But I've been involved with budgets where we had 400 million surplus. I mean, we just didn't have the money to do it. So there's an argument that be made for 10 billion, but there are plenty of arguments that, like, you know what, we can be fine with 8, and all of this is a hedge. I mean, you have a surplus in case there's some kind of massive recession in the next 12 months or next 18 months, because we're sort of start in July. Maybe, maybe not, but that's where we are. It's 10 billion. Yeah.
So what do you think about the CBT surtax being sunset?
The question is about the corporate business tax, which was supposed to be temporary, which literally has the word temporary in its name. It's a tax surcharge on corporations. The governor wants to see it go. The legislative majorities are not so sure that they want to see it go. When you have a budget that the governor proposes and the legislature disposes. So there's a little dance that is going on here, and everybody's trying to, like, well, what are you going to give me if I let you get that? And we'll see how it all plays out. I think if the governor really wants it, then the governor can do it.
That's about $1 billion a year.
Yeah, I forget exactly how much it's generating.
He says $1 billion.
But the point is that he can, in his budget, he's proposed to eliminate it, and therefore we still have $10 billion. I mean, that's just to show you how nobody expected. When we were in the throes of the pandemic, they were borrowing money they weren't sure you were going to get money from the feds, from the Trump administration back in the day. It wasn't clear that it was all going to start flowing, and everybody was making certain decisions that now have effects for us today, and also gives us options today. There you go. Any number of things can be done with that kind of money. Everybody's hungry. I get it. Okay. Thank you, folks. Appreciate it.
I would like to extend another round of applause to Dr. Ben Dworkin from Rowan University. We started with the DOE panel, and then we had the legislative panel, and then what we've always appreciated about Ben is that he comes in and he looks at the umbrella that goes over everything that we are dealing with, and how much do I love that he pares it down to a few key points of exactly where we are and exactly where we need to go. So Ben, as always, thank you from NJPSA for being one of our partners. I also want to thank our president-elect, Tom Macagnano, who from now on I'm going to call Tom Macagnono. okay, for introducing Ben today, and we're looking forward to his presidency next year. I want to thank also Arlene Rogo, who I think stepped out of the room, but our president this year, who does just a phenomenal job advocating for all of you. I also would like to extend my thanks to Deb and Jenny, the rest of our crew here, Dan, Rob, Gina, Stacy, John, for all of their work in bringing this conference together. I want to thank you for coming in and finding the time to spend the morning and into the afternoon with us. The good news is it's now officially late enough that if you're thinking of going back. I want to thank you for joining in our advocacy efforts. It really does take all of us to make a difference with the things that are going on in the state, and this conference is specifically about the importance of advocacy, so I very much appreciate all of you coming in and being a part of that. Please join our committees. Please let your voice be a part of what we're doing here for you with NJPSA and FEA. And once again, thank you for just everything that you do. You don't get told it enough. You know it, I know it, but you are incredible educational leaders, incredible human beings who find time every single day to pull from the roots of your core to make lives better for the people around you. You carry the burdens of the world on your shoulders. You think about kids at night. You think about staff members at night. You're fielding texts and emails and phone calls. But you are the people who keep everything together, functioning, moving forward, and you're the smile in somebody's day. So in the days where you don't get told it enough, know that you are appreciated. We're honored to represent you and to serve you, and we're here for any of your needs. And with that, lunch. Thank you, everyone.